Let's get going. If you see someone not in their seat, tell them to get in their seat. If that's you, tell yourself, get yourself to your seat. So, in case you guys can't tell, tragically, Hutch was born without a personality. So, yeah. We're trying, if you want to, send us some money. We're trying to raise money to get him a personality transfusion to get him to come out of his shell a little bit. He is not unsure of anything he says. But I hope you took away, if nothing else, like that's why he sells so much, right? Like you would, if you saw him sell, you would not be like, oh my God, that was the craziest closing line I have ever heard. Because it's not that kind of sale. But I promise you, when the folks he sells, when they see that debit come out, they go, right? Because he also has one of the highest persistencies in the company. It's always funny too, because like a top producer that has bad persistency, which means they write policies but they fall off the books, they always go, well, I just write a lot of business. And I was like, yeah, the two aren't. I mean, it's mutually exclusive. Because like Hutch's persistency has always been in the high 90s. Meaning if he has more than one policy cancel in a month, he's like, what in the what? Even if he has a policy cancel a month, it's like, what in the what? So it's not just that he gets the sale done. Those sales stick on the books. And second highest? Second highest persistency? Yeah. Who is? Yeah. I have no idea. I know he's one of the highest. I can't stand behind he is the highest.
Hers is very high as well.
But see, she's also an empathy seller. Yeah. And that's, it's funny because the salesy guys, they just don't do good. They just don't do good with us. They have a lot of cancellations. We get a lot of So when Derek sends us an email like, hey, get your agent in line, it's never a Hutch or a Bell. It's always I'm an insurance sales guy, like the guys that wear loafers with no socks, just those, are you getting gotta, you know what I'm saying? Like, stop living the stereotype, bro. The guys that like to practice their golf swing a lot mid-conversation, So I don't get much negative comments from the audience at big events. I do get weirdly specific negative comments. And it's for stuff like that I'll say, and they'll send like an all caps message about, you shouldn't make fun of people that practice their golf swing in mid-conversation. It's just like, you get the weirdest specific criticism. I was like, I don't want to tell you, man. The gatekeeper was on break. All right, here's what I want to do. I want you guys to give all of your focus, time, effort, and attention to this afternoon, just like you did this morning. Here's what we've got coming up. We've got Gina Hawks. She is our national product expert. I'm going to talk about her more in a minute. After that, Adam Burge is going to teach you how to find safe money, which is how you make a lot of money. And if you're like, I don't want to make a lot of money, I'm allergic to that, then cool, that's not your part. But I'm telling you, if you could just make a few of those big sales, it would change your picture. I'm just telling you, it would change your whole financial picture. It would give you momentum all of a sudden and confidence. And I'm telling you, the first time you write a big annuity, and you're going to be like, so there's got to be something else. Because it's that simple. It's that simple. It's like filling out a deposit slip. It's crazy. So he's going to talk about that. We're going to take a break. After the break, we're going to have Derek from Mutual of Omaha talk to you guys. Here's the thing that he taught me early on. He said, make a friend before you need a friend. He said, if you ever call me going, hey, who's our guy with which company? He's like, I'm going to be so ticked off at you for not listening to me. You need to know who the people are. So Derek should leave with zero. Everybody here should have his number. And I do like I say with Derek, I was impressed earlier what he knows about people in the Alliance. He cares about people. So he's going to talk to you. Then I'm going to talk about building. Chan and Adam are going to talk to you about scaling. And then I'm going to finish the day out. Then we're going to have a bunch of barbecue, beer and wine, water if you want water. And then we'll hang out a little bit. So we got a big afternoon ahead of us. Now, I want to talk to you about Gina Hawks. There are certain carrier people. She was an executive at one of our carriers. There's certain carrier people you meet and you just go, God, if we could ever get her on our team, if we could ever get her on our team, that would be awesome. I still remember the day Andy called me and he was like, bro, we got Gina. Andy, by the way, there's not a lot of segues. I mean, it's just like you press send, you say, hey, Andy, boom! Like, it's like, we got Gina. I still remember that conversation. I was like, that's awesome. Gina has absolutely helped us grow the company. Her knowledge of products is like, it's amazing. Like, it's one of those knowledge of products where it's like, I'm mystified that you know that much about it. Like I still text her asking her questions about stuff. And every once in a while, she'll kindly remind me, hey, here's the answer. Also, I found that answer on the new agent toolkit. My bad. My bad. Nobody's perfect. But it's so kind. Like, it's not like, hey, dum-dum. It's like, also, I was able to find that on the new agent toolkit. It's like, okay, I'm an idiot, sorry. But as much as she's awesome at the business and has helped us, and she travels relentlessly, I mean, she's like, where's Gina's like, where's Waldo? You have no idea where she could be at any time. You just go on hotspots, you can see bounces all over the country. But she's a good like one of those people that's a better person than a business person. You know what I'm saying? Like, great business person, but heart of gold. When she found out Holly and I were, put out of our house because of the hurricane, she was like, hey, Phil and I are in Florida. Take our Virginia house. Like, that's the kind of heart that she's got. So you can see why we were all losing our minds when we got Gina. So let's give her a warm round of applause. Gina Hawks.
Thank you. Well, I was more fired up to come to the Alliance, I'm sure, than they were to get me. So I am thrilled to be here. It's an honor. It's a pleasure. I love it. I was just actually on the phone with Delta for a minute at the break, and Rogers, the guy, pulls up my account and he goes, you fly a lot. Like, yeah, I do. When Delta realizes you fly a lot, I guess you do fly a lot. But it's awesome to be here. Some of you I know, some I've met new faces, and it's great to have you. And I'm going to talk today about kind of what we consider secondary products. So a lot of times you're going in and you're helping clients with things like final expense. Most of the time now it's final expense initially is what is getting you in the door, or maybe mortgage protection or whatever. And we're there, we say all the time, keep the main thing the main thing. Like, our first job is to give them what they ask for. If they're looking for final expense, Kim, we're helping them with final expense. But we're also looking at other ways we're able to help them out. And so I'm going to talk about, in particular, accidental death, children's policies, and critical illness. All three of those are, like, after today, you'll have enough product knowledge to be able to go out and help clients immediately with these products. They're simple products. They're easy products. The cool thing is there's a lot of value in them if you talk to your clients about what they can provide for them, and they're relatively inexpensive. So, I mean, some of them are really inexpensive, like the children's whole life and the accidental death. So it's products that just build really, really good value for the client, but at the same time, help you to find other ways to help your clients. And it's not going to kill their budget to add some different things in there. So I'll give you some product information. It's not going to be all just boring product information. I realize I am after lunch. I've got to keep you guys awake. I'm not going to be as entertaining as Hutch, I don't think. But it won't just be, there'll be some product information and some specifics, but you can go out on the ARC and get that. Actually, all of this stuff that's on here, all these slides, they're all out on the ARC in these trainings for these products. So you don't have to worry about like writing everything down, or you can take pictures of them if you want, but it's all out there on the ARC. But I want to talk to you a little bit about how to incorporate them and how to talk to people about them and things like that, how to sell it really. So accidental death. So let me ask you this. In my humble but accurate opinion, I think Why not above 70? Do people above 70 have accidents? Yeah, all the time. We can't write it above 70. So if we could write it above 70, we'd get it for them too. But I think everyone should have it because any of us could die of an accident. And especially when you're talking to young people who think they're immortal, but they realize they could die of an accident. Like they don't think they're going to die of a heart attack tomorrow. Accidents happen, and it can happen at any time to anyone. That's why they call it an accident. And this coverage is so inexpensive that it doesn't make sense not to have it because you just never know. You just never know when something's going to happen. So it's just talking to your clients about, hey, do you think it's a possibility you could go out on the road today on I-40 or wherever and get hit by somebody texting, not paying attention to what they're doing? And they're like, oh yeah, that could happen. See, it could happen to any of us. All kinds of things can happen to any of us. So we talk a lot of times about how facts tell, stories sell. I gave you some facts about accidental death, but I imagine the story was a little more impactful than, it's one of the top 5 leading causes of death. But no, we had an unfortunate example of that this week. And so it's just, you never know when things are going to happen. So accidental death is just that. It's going to pay if you die in an accident. If you die of a heart attack, it's not going to pay. I did have someone ask me, well, they didn't mean to have a heart attack. I was like, still not an accident. But I was like, man, yeah, it's still not an accident. The great thing about Mutual of Omaha's accidental death, no health questions, guaranteed issue. Anybody from ages 18, I think it is, 18 to 70 can get it, which is awesome. You do have to have a health license to sell it. We do have some other companies, if you don't have your health license yet, we do have some other accidental death that you can sell. We can talk to you about that. But this is our leading accidental death product. This is one of the ones. Forrester's has a great one as well. But Mutual's, the guaranteed issue, the fact, no health questions, super simple app, very easy to help somebody with. No medical exams, all of that. You can get up to $500,000 of coverage, $50,000 to $500,000. So again, a lot of insurance, very inexpensive. Sometimes we will give people an accidental death because that's all they'll qualify for. If they're young, they need guaranteed issue. We don't happen to have a guaranteed issue product approved in their state. We'll be like, hey, get some Mutual Omaha accidental death. It's better than nothing. And hey, it is one of the top 5 leading causes of death. A lot of ways that we use this product is giving people additional coverage, because many of you have probably got those mortgage leads that are age 70 and have a 20-year mortgage for, whatever amount, $250,000, $350,000, and they had a heart attack 5 years ago. And we're not going to be able to get them a term policy for $350,000. But we're helping them with mortgage payment protection, and we're giving them something that'll pay their mortgage for a few months, a year, whatever. But then what we'll do is we'll add the accidental on, and we could give them $350,000 of accidental death coverage at age 70 if they had a heart attack yesterday. So it's, and we can show them, hey, we're giving you this protection that's going to pay your monthly mortgage payment for a period of time to give you time to do whatever, refinance, sell the house, whatever you need to do. But if you do happen to die in an accident, guess what? The whole entire thing's going to be paid off. And it's going to cost them pennies on the dollar. So a lot of times we're adding this accidental death to get people up to the coverage amount that they're looking for, but they either won't qualify for through other products or maybe don't have the budget for. So it's a great add-on for additional coverage when we're getting them some type of coverage, but they really have a need for a higher dollar amount. So that's one way that we do it. There's some riders on these. I'm not going to get into, we're not big on a lot of riders on anything, just because it's just kind of stick to the basics. Yes, if there's something that they're looking for in particular, we'll help them with, but we're just there to kind of meet their basic needs. This does double if they die on what's called a common carrier. That's something like a bus, a plane, a train, something where they are a fare-paying passenger of a common carrier. It's not an Uber, even though they pay a fare. That's not a common carrier. It's got to be more than them in the Uber. It also has a pedestrian benefit that if someone is walking down the street and hit by a car and dies, it'll pay that benefit out and additional because they were a pedestrian. And so that's kind of cool. That's an additional 50%. In most states, there's like 4 states that it's only 25%, but most states it's 50%. Question?
Yeah, so you said a fare paying common carrier. So that means if they're on a city bus that is a free city bus.
That's a great question. Is it they have to be fare paying with mutual? Okay.
So the way we define it is there has to be scheduled start and stop time. So like if you're looking at a train, a plane, you're paying a fare, there's a scheduled time where it's going to get you from A to B.
Okay, so even like our city has scheduled bus routes, but they don't. It's free for residents of the city.
Yes.
So for that, since they're not actually paying the fare.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it is. I've never had that come up before. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a scheduled route, but they're not.
I know some specifically say fair paying. So, but I don't know. But yeah, that's a good question. Okay. Yeah, that's a good question. The coverage, you can write it up to age 70. It lasts to age 80. So it's term coverage, if you will, but it's going to last them up to age 80. You can get family coverage on this. So you can get, you can add a spouse. You can add children. Very, very inexpensive for the family coverage. I have the Mutual of Omaha accidental fills on there as a rider. So we don't have kids, so we don't have to worry about that part. There's also a question on some of the life applications like Term Life Express that if they don't qualify for the Term Life Express, do they want to get the accidental death? Because it's just kind of it's an automatic, hey, we know you're going to qualify for it no matter what. So that's always good. Best way to quote it is on your phone. I mean, Mutual has an awesome quoting tool. You can download it. It's an app. You can download it on your phone. Super easy to quote. The product's called Guaranteed Advantage. That's the name of their accidental death product. But that is the easiest way to quote it. The return of premium rider. So yeah, it is approved in North Carolina. There's a handful of states it's not approved in. But this is kind of a no-brainer on this accidental death. It's like, okay, if you die in an accident, it's going to pay off. If you make it and you don't die in an accident, you're going to get all your money back. It's like a win-win proposition. So I kind of call these return of premium riders forced savings. Like people are going to forget that they have this return of premium. And then, you know, when they reach 80 or whatever, and they get this check in the mail, they're going to be like, oh, wow, that's cool. So, and it does pay a percentage depending on how many years they have the policy. So it's just a cool rider. Not everybody's going to want it, but I just want to mention it. You do have to have a health license. You have to be contracted with Mutual of Omaha. Their life products, you are contracted under United of Omaha. So if you go to write it and you're not contracted with Mutual, you're not going to be able to see it on the electronic application. So make sure all the health products are through Mutual of Omaha, the life products are for United. So it is a separate contract to be able to sell it. So just make sure of that. And some of this, again, I'm going to just skip over. You can't have more than one MU policy in force for the accidental death. You can have accidental and term or IUL or whatever. The payer has to be the insured. So that is something that'll sometimes come up. If they want somebody else to pay for it, you can't do that with Mutual. The payer has to also be the insured with the product. Usually not a problem, and they don't accept power of attorneys. Most of our products don't. So that's accidental death, like I said, in a nutshell. You die in an accident, it pays. You don't die in an accident, it don't pay. That's product training 101.
You said
One accidental.
but can you have it with a different company?
Yes,
Okay.
you can, because I have Foresters and Mutual of Omaha. Yes, great question. That was only with Mutual. And again, it's only one accidental product. You can have other Mutual products, but you can't have multiple accidental death products. So, all right, Children's Whole Life. This is another excellent product to be able to, again, show a lot of value. Very, very inexpensive. I know I heard an agent in a training one time. This was years ago. He said this, but I never forgot it. He tells his clients for like less than a Happy Meal a day, you can get coverage on your kids. And it's true. And so very, very, I'll show you some premiums here in a moment. A lot of times people don't like talking about getting life insurance on their kids. But I don't have children. I can't imagine losing a child. But I think the only thing that would completely add to that is a financial burden to bury that child on top of losing your child. So it's like people don't want to think about it, but people don't want to think about any kind of life insurance until it's too late. So it's just great things. And I'm going to talk to you about one of the benefits that this product has, that you can kind of focus on that and not so much on the death benefit, because it's got some really cool features of the product that help with the children and help them to get additional insurance in the future, and can be a great reason to sell this. So the Children's Whole Life with Mutual of Omaha, you can write it up to 17 years. We say it starts at age 0. Technically, it's 14 days. Once they're 14 days old, then you can write them the Children's Whole Life. You can get up to $50,000 in coverage. Now, a lot of our policies have child riders that you can add on to them. And that's fine. You know, I'm a big fan of let's have a separate policy. Now, with a separate policy, there is a separate policy for every child, but again, it's very inexpensive. Whereas with a term rider, it's one premium, it covers all of the children. So if it's somebody that's looking for something cost effective and they've got like 11 kids, maybe a rider is better for them. But for most people, it's better. Let's just get each of the children's separate policies. Another thing I don't like about riders is one thing happens to that main policy, everybody loses their coverage. So versus if you have separate policies for everything, something happens to their term policy, not everybody in the whole family loses their coverage because they were all attached to that policy. So very easy underwriting on this one. It is not guaranteed issue. There are some kids that won't qualify for it. There are 2 health questions that basically ask, do they have any type of chronic condition, birth defect, things like that. And I'm drawing a blank on what the second question is. Felonies? No, they don't ask about felonies. They don't ask it. But I tell you what, we have had, so I'm like kind of in this category too. But we've had agents that have, like they don't like to go the speed limit. And they don't go under it. And they get caught a lot. And so they have a lot of speeding tickets. And they can't get coverage on a lot of products But if they're 17, they can get coverage on this, even if they have a lot of speeding tickets, because they're only asking the 2 questions. And it's basically, the questions are around, were they born or have they developed something really young that basically is not going to go away for their lifetime. So most people are going to qualify for it, but I will tell you, not everybody qualifies. Autism will not qualify for this. I will tell you that. I get that question pretty frequently.
Does the rider ask those questions?
Most riders do ask questions for the child. We have 2 companies that have a child rider that doesn't ask any health questions: Transamerica's Final Expense and Royal Neighbors Final Expense. Both of those have child riders that don't ask any health questions. All the rest of the child riders do. Great question. Yeah. So again, this guaranteed insurability rider, this is the thing that I would talk to your clients about. You know, not so much the uncomfortable conversation of getting life insurance on your child, but why don't we insure their insurability? Because most of the clients that you talk to, at the point that you're talking to them, have they developed some kind of health condition? Yeah. The client, yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. The client, they have developed something. They have diabetes at this point. They have high blood pressure. They have high cholesterol. They have something. It's like, okay, well, you understand that because you have this, your kids are more likely to have it as well, simply because they have your genes. So if you have developed this condition, your children are more likely to develop those conditions as well later on in life. You see what it's costing you to get insurance now, having these health conditions. We can insure your children now so that even if they get those health conditions in the future, it's not going to matter. And we're going to lock in those low prices now. And that's what this guaranteed insurability, and this is built into the policy. You don't have to add it as an additional part of the policy. It's built into the policy, and I love that. So at different ages, 25, 30, 35, 40, as well as if they get married, they have a child, they adopt a child, they are able to get additional life insurance without going through underwriting. Does not matter what kind of health condition they have developed, they are automatically getting that coverage. And they can get up to the amount that they originally purchased. So if they originally got $50,000, they can get another $50,000. They don't have to get 50. If they just want another 10, they could get another 10. So if they're 25 and they're like, nope, we don't want it right now, no problem. Doesn't mean they lose the option in additional years. They get to 30, they want to exercise it at that point in time, they can. So this is a huge, huge benefit because we're ensuring their insurability. We're ensuring their ability to be able to get additional insurance in the future, no matter what happens to them health-wise. And that's big because, again, you just never know. The other thing, this is great. You can sell it for children or grandchildren. And I'm telling you, people will buy this because they spend money on their kids and they spend money on their grandkids. And when you see the premiums and you show them to clients and be like, okay, your grandkids are this age, here's what's going to be. How much coverage do you want to get them? Like, not do you want to get this, but how much of it do you want to get? Because they're going to get it. They spend money on their kids and grandkids, and it makes sense. So grandparents can get this coverage, and the parent does not have to sign the application, whereas most other insurance, if you get it on a grandchild, the parent still has to sign for it. With this, they do not, except for in the state of Pennsylvania. That's the only state that the parent has to sign, but the grandparent can sign everything for the grandchild.
Something happens to me, and of course my bank account's no longer going to be accessible. So what happens to that?
Great.
Notified where they can continue the coverage without it lapsing?
That's a great question. I don't know that anybody would be notified. Do you know, Derek? Because I mean, how would they know even who to notify? If you're the owner, you're the payer. I don't think so, no. So in that situation, exactly. Yeah. Make sure that, because that's a great point, because they miss a premium and boom, the coverage is going to lapse its whole life. So it's like you can't just, it might have an automatic loan provision on it or something. It'll last for a little bit. But yeah, that's a great point. So just let somebody know, hey, we've got this coverage. And that's another reason to do the ERS system. So another part of our system. So yeah, these are great for kids or grandkids. We talked about all that. Guaranteed insurability, we talked about that. Waiver premium. So you could, well, this is only going to waive the premium for 90 days in case the owner dies, but that would give a little bit of time. So here's the premium amounts. So these are annual premiums per $1,000 of insurance, and it's banded. So again, you can get this chart off the little brochure that Mutual of Omaha has for this product, and you can be like, okay, well, your grandkids are 2 years old and 7 years old. So, you know, this is the cost per 1,000 for the 2-year-old and the 7-year-old, how much you want to get on each. Just ask the question, and guess what? They will tell you an amount. I would say 90+% of the time, they are not going to say, oh, we don't want to get that for our grandkids or our kids. Because again, like less than a Happy Meal a month. And get some coverage on the kids and ensure their insurability. So this is the annual premium per 1,000. So multiply it by 10. If they want 10,000, $50 a month, a year. $50 a year for $10,000 in coverage. It's like, I'm sure they spend more than that on their grandkids. All right, any questions about the child-grandchild?
So, if they already have a policy that's enforced, can they add a rider to it?
If they already have a policy that's enforced, can they add a child rider to it? Typically, yes. It's going to depend on the company and the product, but typically that is one that you could add later on.
And then the other question I had is the one where you're adding the term at the different ages, the 25, 30.
Yes.
Can you only add it one time? Or
No, it's each one of those ages. Yeah, great question. So each one of those ages, they could get an additional $50,000. So I think there's like 5 different options. So they could get up to $250,000 in coverage and answer 2 questions, when they were age 2 and have all of that coverage. If they exercised it, maxed it out every single option that they had. Yeah. So it's a no-brainer. It's so inexpensive that if you just show it to people, they will get it. They'll just tell you an amount. The accidental death is the same way. I should have mentioned this when I was talking about the accidental death. So Mike Marisi, one of our top agents out of Chicago, he sells a ton, Mutual, accidental death. Bell Kraus does as well. They have a laminated sheet that you can get from Mutual of Omaha, just a premium sheet that they laminate, and they tell people, okay, well, here's another part of your coverage. This is for accidental death. So this is only going to pay out if you die in an accident, but we're going to add this to your coverage. So take a look at this and tell me which one you want. And then while they're doing something, while they're looking up cost of something or their health on underwriting toolkit or whatever, they slide that rate sheet over to the client. And again, they're just assuming the sale. We're going to add, this is something else we're doing with your coverage. Which one do you want? And they pick one. It's like you don't go into a restaurant and look at the menu and be like, oh no, I don't want anything. Yeah, I'm just here to sit and watch people. It's like you give them a menu, they'll get something. It's like when it makes sense, and it makes sense. The accidental makes sense. They look at the premium, they're like, I can get $500,000 of coverage for $15 a month. It's like, yes, you can. You get 500,000 and you get 500,000. We'll be Oprah. But yeah, just show them how it makes sense and they will pick one. And they'll just pick whatever's in their budget and boom, there's an additional sale. So any other questions about the children or grandchildren policies? I'm telling you, just talk to your clients about money that they're spending on their kids and show them, hey, why don't we do this for them? And they'll do it. Okay, critical advantage. So this is Mutual of Omaha's critical illness plan. So this can be heart attack, stroke, cancer, bunch of other illnesses we're going to talk about. This is excellent, excellent coverage. And the question that I would ask your clients that's going to set you up for a sale for a critical illness policy is, if you're taking notes, this is a good note. Do you have any history in your family of either heart attack, stroke, or cancer? Do you have any history in your family of either heart attack, stroke, or cancer? Most of our insurance applications do not ask that. It'll ask, have you had cancer in the last so-and-so years? But ask them that. Any history. So I'm going to ask you guys, who in here, if you have any history of either heart attack, stroke, or cancer in your family, raise your hand. Raise them high. All right, we're at about 99%, 98%. So guess what's going to happen when you ask your clients that question? Same thing. Almost everyone has some type of history of either heart attack, stroke, or cancer. My family, it's all three. Pick one. Like the worst is heart disease. We've got bad heart disease in our family. But I have a grandmother that died of cancer and a grandfather that died of a stroke.
Okay, well, that's something to ask. I always not a stupid question, but what would constitute as a history? I mean, if their grandfather or something had
a heart attack.
Is that a history of heart attacks in the family? Or?
Yes.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, absolutely. Just
it had to be like multiple generations.
No, you're just asking any kind of history. Anybody, and most of the time it's going to be a relatively close relative for them to know about it. Like I'm sure I have aunts and uncles, that have illnesses that I have no idea. I have aunts and uncles I don't even know. Granted, know their health history, but parents, grandparents, I know their health history. And a lot of them had that stuff when I was little, but you hear about it. So most people are going to know. And it's going to be it's probably going to be either a parent, grandparent, sibling, someone relatively close to them. And just like the kids are getting the genes from the parents with the children's policies, guess what? Again, really bad heart history in my family. So like I watch my cholesterol very closely and I have a cardiologist, and because I just know I am more prevalent to have those problems because I have a history of that in my family. So people that have a history of these things in their family, they know, hey, it could likely happen to me, and it might be even more common in my case because there's a history of it in the family. So when they say yes, they have a history about it, ask them some questions. Just tell me a little bit about it. Do you remember who it was? Which one was it? And that they'll tell you a story about tell me a little bit about what happened. Like for example, my dad, speaking of the terrible heart history, 42, picture of health, exercised regularly, played basketball with 20-year-olds like 4 days a week, doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, not overweight, picture of health, Omar. 42, has a heart attack. Yeah. And he's small business owner. So I grew up in the middle of nowhere, West Virginia. The closest hospital that you want to go to, unless it's like life or death, because if you go to the other one, it's probably likely going to be death. The closest hospital you want to go to, an hour and a half away. So he gets put in the one hospital and we're like, oh no, he's not staying here. So it was so bad he was going by ambulance They were not letting anyone, they took him off of the treadmill at the stress test and put him in the hospital. That's how bad it was. And they're like, this is going to get real bad real fast if we don't get this taken care of. So he got taken to the other hospital. It was around Thanksgiving. This was a lot of years ago. It was around Thanksgiving time. A lot of the doctors were on vacation. He was in the hospital for probably about a week between having his surgery and, you know, just being there over the holidays and limited staff and stuff. So for the first few days, my mom, my sister, and I are driving, you know, back and forth, an hour and a half one way every day. Well, after we're like, well, he's not getting out of here in 2 days, we got a hotel and we stayed over there until he came home. He owned his own business. He had just had a heart attack. He didn't go right back to work. Now, he had people that worked for him, but you know how that goes. The boss is not there. They're not doing everything they're supposed to be doing. So, you know, we've got expenses of travel, hotel, gas, food. He's not going to be going back to work. If you would ask me, if your client, that's their story, and you ask me, hey, would it have helped if your family got like a $20,000, $30,000 check in the mail when that happened? Would that have helped during that time? How many people are going to be like, nah, no, that wouldn't help me. We were fine. Yeah, it's going to help no matter what the story is. You know, people going through cancer diagnoses and having to take cancer treatments and all that. You know, it's like they have a story about what happened to whomever. And that's what you can ask them. Would it have helped your family in that situation if they just opened the mail one day and here's a check from Mutual of Omaha for $20,000? For you to do, it's in your name for you to do whatever you want with. This is not, it goes to the hospital, it goes to the doctor. No, because some people are like, well, we had health insurance. Okay, great. Well, the health insurance didn't pay for us to drive an hour and a half one way for 3 or 4 days. Health insurance didn't pay for us to stay in a hotel. Health insurance didn't pay for our food. It didn't pay for our gas. It didn't pay for Dad being out of work. You know, it didn't pay for any of that stuff. So that all came out of pocket. So would a check help? 10,000, 5,000, 100,000, whatever amount you want it to be. They get to pick the amount. So that's how you sell critical illness policies, because most people have a history of it. They can tell you a little bit about it, and you can ask them, hey, would this have helped in this situation? And every single time they're going to be like, yeah, that would have helped. And then you're like, okay, well, we'll make sure we get that taken care of for you. Now, you may not do it on that appointment. You know, you might be there to take care of their final expenses. You ask that question on the side, you make a note, and then you come back a couple days later or a week later, or when you deliver their policy, or when you call them to tell them their policy got approved, you're like, hey, Rogers, I remember you telling me about your dad having the heart attack, and we need to get that policy taken care of for you. I'm going to be in your area tomorrow. You're going to be home in the afternoon tomorrow. We're going to come over and get that taken care of. Again, you just assume it. Not, did you want to go ahead and get that? No, just assume it. I'm going to be in your area. I'm going to come over. We're going to get that taken care of for you. So now some basics on the product. Oh, okay. Hopefully that's the, yeah. All right. So you can sell this a bunch of different ways. You can do just cancer. You can do just heart attack and stroke. Or you can do critical illness, which includes cancer, heart attack and stroke, and a list of other illnesses, which I'll show you in a minute. And once they are diagnosed with that condition, they get a check. It's as simple as that. They get diagnosed with a heart attack, they get a check. They get diagnosed with a stroke, they get a check. They get diagnosed with Alzheimer's, whatever, they get a check. And again, it's in their name for them to do whatever the heck they want to do with it. They only get one check. That's a great question, but and it happens, but they do only get one check. But let me tell you something while I'm thinking of it that I learned from Belle Krause that I thought was absolute genius, which of course it's Belle. So how many times have you guys sat down with a client that maybe all they're qualifying for is guaranteed issue, and maybe it's a little pricey, and they just don't see the value in getting the policy. Has that happened to any of you guys? Okay. So here's what Belle does in that situation. She can't get them to go for something that's going to pay no matter how they die. She'll be like, so let me ask you this. We already talked about you had a history of heart attack in your family. Do you think when you die, you're most likely to die of either heart attack, stroke, or cancer? Most people are probably going to say yes. I would say yes. I've got a history of all three in my family. Then why don't we go ahead and cover at least that? Why don't we go ahead and cover at least that? Because guess what? The CDC agrees with you. Because heart attack, stroke, and cancer are the leading causes of death in a lot of age brackets. And we've got the chart. You can get it right off the internet from the CDC. But they've got a history of it in their family. Sometimes even if they don't have a history of it in their family. Just ask them that question. Do you think it's a good likelihood when you die it'll be either related to a heart attack, stroke, or cancer? And people will be like, yeah, probably. Those are, pretty common. Yeah, the CDC agrees with you. So why don't we go ahead and protect against that? And you just went from a $75, $120 a month premium to a $25, $30 a month premium. And you get them a critical illness policy. Because if they have a heart attack and they die of that heart attack, it still pays out. Because it's going to ask you for a beneficiary on the application. That's why. Because they might have a heart attack and that heart attack kills them. Then guess what? If they got a $20,000, $10,000, $15,000 critical illness policy, they just got their final expenses paid for if they die of a heart attack, stroke, or cancer. And it's $25 or $30 a month versus $75 to $100 a month. I'm like, that is genius. And I'll tell you the other thing she said is with Mutual of Omaha, and this is the one that she sells, if they want just the heart attack, stroke, and cancer, not the full critical illness, because it only goes up to certain ages, the critical illness, 64, I think, and maybe they're over 64. Sell them separately. Sell a heart attack plan and a stroke and cancer plan. Get them two separate plans for two reasons. She said it's cheaper than if you do it together. And if it's all together and they have a heart attack, it pays out, the policy's done. If they have two separate plans and they have a heart attack and cancer, it's going to pay out twice. And it costs them less to do it in separate policies. I know. It's Belle. She's a genius. So she's like, I sell them separately. I get them a cancer policy and I get them a heart attack and stroke policy. If they don't want the critical illness one, which covers even more things, which I'll get to in just a moment.
So if they had like a heart attack or stroke policy or something, and they had a heart attack, then that coverage is done with, right?
Correct. Once it pays out.
Can they not get another policy?
They potentially could, but not for at least 5 years because they just had a heart attack. But to that point, there are some states, in most states, Mutual of Omaha's look-back period for these conditions to get these policies is 10 years. There are a few states that it's 5 years, though. And we do have another carrier that will do it after 5 years. So someone could have had cancer literally 6 years ago, and we can get them a cancer policy. I know, it's pretty amazing. So, yes.
So that policy's good up to 89 unless you're in California or...
So this is, it varies. It varies by plan. So did we talk? Okay, so I'm going to get to that answer to that question in just a moment. There's a couple different options you can do on these critical illness. You can do it for a term of time, just like a life insurance policy, or for their lifetime. Obviously, the longer they have the coverage, the more expensive it's going to be. But you do have different options of how long they want to have the coverage. You can get individual plus children, family coverage. You can do it like a group plan there for the whole entire family. $100,000 is the largest amount you can get. $10,000 is the smallest. And then the issue ages depend on which one they get. So again, they can do critical illness, which is going to cover the heart attack, stroke, and cancer, but it's also going to cover Alzheimer's, major organ transplant, blindness, paralysis, deafness, and kidney failure. So it's like the big three. I call them the big three. The big three plus a bunch of other illnesses. And I think that's the one that only goes up to age 64. We'll find out in a moment. Or you can do the cancer, or you can do the heart attack and stroke. Pays 100% for heart attack and stroke, and does pay a percentage for someone if they don't have a heart attack, but they have surgery, which happens a lot of times too. That happened to my dad after he had the heart attack at 42. He had other times where he had to have more surgery, but didn't have a heart attack, so you can get paid a percentage for the surgeries as well. So lots of different things that it'll cover. So the critical illness, so the critical illness only goes up to age 64 for the lifetime plan and 54 for the term plan. So if they're 70 and they want to get some critical illness coverage, you're going to have to go the heart attack, stroke, and cancer. They're not going to be able to get the critical illness. Critical illness also has a return of premium, which again, they don't die of, or they don't have the critical illness because they don't have to die of it. Let me be clear. It pays for diagnosis, not death. They do not have to die of the condition. They have the condition, they get paid. But if they have the condition and die, they still get paid.
So technically, the owner of the policy is the beneficiary because it goes to, it's a living benefit. But if they have a secondary,
they can have a different beneficiary if they want. Exactly. And the app's going to ask for a beneficiary, and it doesn't have to be the owner. It could be somebody else. So it will ask, and that's the reason why. Again, there's some riders that you can add for it. 30-day waiting period for the cancer coverage. That simply means, they don't have cancer. They haven't had cancer in the last 10 years, but in 3 months, they get diagnosed with cancer. They're past the 30-day waiting period. So they're good.
The last slide had 50 failure.
Yes. Most likely not. I don't know the underwriting off the top of my head, but if they have had these conditions in the recent past, they're probably not going to qualify for the coverage. So, Derek, do you know the answer to that? Yeah, I don't either, but my guess would be probably not. But just look at the application and see what it says. And but yeah, they can't. Most of the people that have had these conditions, and until it's been over 10 years since they had it, they're not going to be able to get it. But it will cover for other things. So, all right, the cancer. The lifetime plan, you can get up to age 89. Some of the term plans only go up to age 54. Again, it's a lump sum payment of whatever amount. They get to choose the amount that they want between 10 and 100,000. And again, you can get the cancer policy with a heart attack and stroke rider. But again, it's better. Remember what I said about riders? One thing pays, they lose everything else. It's better to get them as separate coverage. Same 30-day waiting period. And yeah, all of these, they're gonna have them. If they have the lifetime plan, they're gonna have it for the rest of their life unless they stop paying their premiums. Heart attack and stroke, pretty much the same thing as the cancer. Same issue ages and everything. And again, you can get the heart attacks and stroke with a cancer rider, but I would recommend separate policies in that case. Again, the cancer rider pays just like the standalone policy does. They get the diagnosis, they get paid 10 to 100,000. Issue ages are the same, but I would write separate policies. Same thing on the heart attack and stroke rider. One reason why we look to do multiple policies on clients is not only to help them out with different things, but it is a proven fact that the more policies you have in a home, the more likely all of that business is going to stay on the books. So it's another reason not to, have one policy loaded up with a bunch of riders, do separate policies for them. The cash value rider, that's like the return of premium rider, so the people that want to get some of their money back. this is how they do that. This shows you the amount similar to what we showed with the accidental death of how much of their premium they can get back. Term conversions, so if they do get the term versions of these, not the lifetime, there is a conversion period that works just like a regular term policy. They don't have to go through underwriting if they want to convert it from the term version to the lifetime version. So that's kind of cool. What's that? I doubt it, but do you know if you get paid again if you convert it from a term to a lifetime? Yeah. My guess would be no, but I don't know for sure. But and right, the premium's gonna go up. Yeah, not like we can do with term conversions with the policies, with life. And you can convert it the 3rd year through the 10th year of the term policy and up to age 54. The underwriting, again, they do have to, this is not a guaranteed issue, they do have to be able to qualify for the coverage. They do express coverage, very similar to their life insurance policies, yes, no questions, not going through a bunch of underwriting. They either qualify, they don't qualify. You can get that up to $50,000. If they want over $50,000 up to the $100,000, it's simplified. So still no blood, no urine, nothing like that. The questions, they're going to check MIB, prescription drug check, maybe do a phone interview, just a little more underwriting for those higher amounts. And there are height weight guidelines for certain things. Like the cancer policy, you'll notice, doesn't have a height weight guideline because those two conditions don't really affect each other. Whereas someone who has heart attack or stroke issues, height and weight can affect that. So you do have to worry about height and weight for heart attack, stroke, or the critical illness because it includes heart attack and stroke. But if they just want the cancer plan, you don't have to worry about height, weight for that one. So pretty simple underwriting. You can get this on children as well, up to $50,000 in coverage. They're eligible up to age 25. And remember, I said you could do individual, family, children. So you've got different options of how you want to do. This is all within one policy. It's like a family policy that covers everybody. They do have to be a U.S. citizen to get this. Foreign nationals, they've got all their guidelines. You can. 2 ways to quote it, mobile phone and WinFlex. Mobile phone's the easiest way to do it. Try to avoid WinFlex at all cost. It's not the easiest software in the world to use. There's no need for it for 99% of what we sell with Mutual. We just use their calculator that you can do on the mobile phone. The Critical Advantage is right on there, super easy to quote. So it's very easy to do that. You can do a paper app or an e-app. I recommend e-app. We do mostly e-app with what we do. Just go to Mutual's website, go on, do the electronic application. It's a relatively short application, but again, there are some health questions that have to do with conditions that relate to what they're getting ready to cover. But lots of people can get these, like I said, even if they've had the conditions in the past once they reach a certain time period. But it's great coverage. So many times we are helping people to cover cost when death occurs. Sometimes we don't think about what's going to happen if you get sick and you don't die. Sometimes that's a bigger financial burden. So this is the part of easing the what if you get sick and you don't die? Well, how can we help to ease that burden? How can we help to provide some coverage that, and the cool thing is they can decide to do with this coverage whatever they want. You know, let's say somebody gets a terrible diagnosis and, you know, short life expectancy, and they want to take their family on a cruise around the world or whatever. They could use this money and do that. It's totally up to them. It's a check in their name. They get it. They can do whatever they want with the money. They get a diagnosis and there's ways to treat it in the U.S., but maybe Europe has some other ways to treat it that are turning out to, looks like the numbers are better over there, but their insurance isn't going to pay for it if they go to Europe to get treatment. And maybe they want to take this and go to another country and get some kind of experimental treatment, try to increase their life expectancy. The cool thing is they can do whatever they want with the money. So very flexible, and just, again, lots of value that clients see, especially ones who have gone through family having these critical illnesses. They know somewhere along the line there's always some additional costs there that the family's going to get stuck with if there's not some kind of coverage to help with it. Questions about the critical illness? Derek has a question. I'm scared.
I was just going to add in there, I can think of at least 2 alliance agents off the top of my head that received payouts this year for illness. 2
Awesome.
And it's not my job to name names.
Right.
I'm not gonna share their stuff. But I had one that had a cancer policy and one that had a heart attack policy.
Wow.
Both are heart attack, cancer, stroke policy.
Yep.
Self-use.
Exactly. Personal use. You can sell these to yourself and get paid to sell them to yourself.
I did see that in some states, Georgia, where I'm from, is one of the ones where it required health insurance.
Yes.
In order to be able to get this. Does it matter what kind? Like, can it be group health insurance through their employer, or does it have to be like?
So health insurance to get it?
Yeah, there was for. It said that it was required in Georgia. I think it was on one of the
license to sell.
No, I thought on one of the first page when it was going over the summary of the benefits that it said, where it was showing.
Sorry,
I should have asked you when I saw it.
not available in.
I think it was on the one before that.
Maybe it's.
No, I know I saw that it said.
There's a bunch of yeah. I was gonna say
right there.
must have health insurance coverage in force. Oh, interesting.
So does that matter whether it's health insurance through your employer?
I don't think it matters. Yeah, I don't think it matters. That's interesting. I've had forgotten about that. But yeah, interesting. But no, I wouldn't think it would matter whether it's like individual coverage or through their employer, as long as they have the health insurance. You do have to have a health license to sell this, for sure. You have to have the health license. So, yes, Roger.
So the client goes through underwriting and they are approved.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a contestability period like you would have on life insurance policies?
That's a good question. Do you know the answer to that? I don't know if it's because it's technically a health policy. So I don't know, but I'll find out for you.
I would assume so, because if you've had a heart attack in the last, if a potential client were to not tell the truth, which we know never happens, but if they've had a recent heart attack and then they take out another heart attack policy,
yeah.
and let's say they had their second heart attack in 3 years, well, we're gonna go back and look at it and be like, hey, guess what?
Yeah.
You lied. You already had a heart attack.
Yeah, that makes sense. But they will, and most of the time that stuff shows up, but every once in a while stuff gets missed. So I'm not normally, but yes, typically they would see it when they pull the MIB. But yeah. Yeah, but good point. Yes, Rogers.
Say, and then this is what happened to one of my clients. They were found unresponsive, and they were taken because they had a will written up, but they were pre-planned burial. So Detroit Fire Department said dead on arrival, dead right there, time of death at the house. And Detroit Police Department says no foul play. She had a pre-planned funeral arrangement. She went 3 blocks away to the funeral home, Cole Funeral Home, which is right next to the Motown Museum. Thing. But anyway, 3 blocks away. So when we tried to do the claim, there was nothing saying that she actually died of a heart attack.
Okay.
The paramedics did in the report said heart attack, but it wasn't diagnosed by a doctor.
Okay. So that brings up a good point for critical illness and for accidental death. Because I get some crazy questions about, would this be considered an accidental death? Some crazy scenarios. So it is going to depend on what the death certificate says. If it does not say that they died of, now, but this, again, for the critical illness to play out, they don't have to die of it. They just have to be diagnosed. Someone, a medical doctor would have to diagnose that they had had a heart attack.
So she should maybe have an autopsy.
That you would almost have to in that instance, because that would be the only way they could, without question, say that they had a heart attack. So for the critical illness, again, that they don't have to die of it, but if that situation happens, it is going to have to be on the death certificate that it was a heart attack or it was a stroke or cancer. Same thing with accidental. It has to say on the death certificate that it was an accidental death. If it does not say that, they are not going to pay it out. So, yeah.
Even though we know it was an accident.
Yes. Now, we have had agents go and get the death certificate changed because they knew for sure it was an accident and it's not what it said, and they had accidental coverage, and they went and got it changed, and then it paid out. But yeah, but just keep that in mind because it is going to have to say that on the death certificate.
Critical illness, the diagnosis. So it's up to the client to tell or call the insurance company or the doctors.
It would be up to the client. Yeah, it would be up to the client to file a claim. They would file a claim just like you would a death claim or anything like that. Yeah. Yeah, the doctor's not going to do it. It just has to be a doctor that diagnoses it. So, but yeah. Yeah, the client would just submit a claim form. Yep. Yes.
So I might not be just understanding, but this is different from living benefits in what way?
Great question. Great question. So a lot of our life insurance policies have living benefits for critical illness, chronic illness, terminal illness. That critical illness is all those things we've been talking about. So here's my take on this. Those are great. Those are awesome. They don't cost anything. There's a reason they don't cost anything. You ever heard no such thing as a free lunch? Well, you got a free lunch today, but so there's a reason those riders don't have a cost. First of all, my biggest thing is when you buy that life insurance, you buy it for a reason. Like it's to pay for your funeral, or it's to pay off your mortgage, or you're buying it for some specific need. Because you have that critical illness does not make that need go away most times. So you're disrupting the reason you got the life insurance in the first place if you use the benefits. But it's nice to know that they're there. It's one of those things that people like. It sounds good. People love the fact that they have it. Hardly anybody utilizes them. So that's one thing I don't like about it is it's going to disrupt the plan that you made from the beginning because you're going to have less benefits now in death benefit. The other thing is you have absolutely no idea what you're going to get paid for that critical illness, because here's how living benefits work. Once you have the critical illness, the insurance company is going to look at it and they're going to determine how severe they think that critical illness is and your new life expectancy based on the fact that you just had a heart attack, you just got diagnosed with cancer, whatever. And then they're going to give you a dollar amount. And you can accept it or you cannot accept it. You have that option because you don't know what it's going to be. And the less severe it is, they're not going to give you much money on that. And then here's the thing. Here's how living benefits work. Let's say you have a $100,000 life insurance policy. You get a critical illness. You tell the insurance company, I want to accelerate 50%. You're not getting $50,000, number one, because even if it's very, very severe, there's costs and things that are taken out when you accelerate. Let's say it's one of those not as severe illnesses and they come back and they tell you, we'll give you $10,000. And you say, okay, I'll take the $10,000. The remaining death benefit is based on what you accelerate, not what you receive. So you had $100,000. You accelerated 50%. You got 10,000. You've got 50,000 left, not 90,000 left. Yeah. I would never recommend anybody do that, you know, but that's how it works. And versus you have, I mean, they call them minor heart attacks. That sounds kind of like an oxymoron to me, a minor heart attack. But, you know, you have a minor heart attack. The insurance company's not going to give you much on your living benefits. If you do decide to take it, you're giving up a bunch of your life insurance versus you have a critical illness plan. Boom, it pays out the exact amount that you asked for, and you didn't disrupt your life insurance. So that's reasons to have it in addition to the living benefits. The living benefits are great. Yes, clients know, let them know they have it, but it's just they're very, very underutilized. They sound great, and it's awesome, and it's good for them to, you know, feel good about the benefits they have in their policies, but hardly anybody ever uses it. And having a separate critical illness policy is just going to be so much more protection for them than those living benefit riders.
They're going to say, why do I need both?
Yeah.
Why do I need both?
That's why.
Okay.
That's why. Number one, we set up this mortgage protection plan, or we set up your final expenses. You're going to disrupt all of that. That's what your main goal was in the beginning. That hasn't changed, has it? Your kids haven't won the lottery and they're going to pay for your funeral now, have they? No. Okay, well, we still need this. We don't want to disrupt it. But more importantly, we have no idea what they would pay you until the event happens. And then you might not be happy with what you're going to get, and you might have to give up too much of your life insurance to get it, versus over here, you say you want 20,000, you have the diagnosis, you get your 20 grand, and you still have your final expense plan.
Because you don't have to accept the living benefits. You can just keep
Right.
it as is.
Exactly. If they come back with a ridiculous number and you're like, no, that's stupid, then you're like, nope, I don't want it. And then that's cool. They're like, okay, no problem. You just keep all the life insurance. So yeah, great question. Great question. All right. I have no idea how much time I had, but I don't. Any other questions? We good? Am I bringing up whom? Okay. All right. Awesome. Thank you, guys. All right. Oh, yes. Trying to get the whole thing.
So when you guys called me, and like I said, let me call you back in like 10 minutes. I called Gina before I called you back. So just FYI. But just some quick notes on the Move products, y'all. The value of coming to these things. I remember when I first got started many moons ago. I had booked an appointment. We had hotspots. We had a hotspot in Nashville, and so I had booked an appointment for Tuesday morning in Spartanburg, down near Hutch's territory. First mistake. But so the hotspot's Monday night. And so this guy is 7 years old, just bought a brand new house, $250K, give or take. Back then, that was a big house in South Carolina at the time. And so I got my plan. I got all my stuff together. I got my quotes together. Now, he's 70, but I'm new. And so I'm like, I'm getting this mortgage protection. That's what he asked for. That's what we're doing. So I come into the hotspot, and then one of the products that we talk about is the accidental death policy that we just learned about from Moo. I'm like, okay, cool. So this sounds like this is probably more in line with what would make sense, what I might need to pivot to talk to this guy, because I ran the quotes. So I know how much it's going to cost when we get there talking about this term policy. He's not going to like that. But I'm new, so I'm just going there and see what happens, right? Break some eggs, make an omelet. So I learned about the policy. I run out and grab a pamphlet, because that's back when we had like a bunch of stock in here. So I'm just digging through trying to find one. So I found one, like, cool, I'm going to take this with me. So I go in with my plan A, which is to start talking about the term policy at the appointment. And the guy, come to find out, like he has like his son or his nephew was in life insurance. And he's already prepped him. He's like, oh, he's gonna come in here and try to sell you this big old term policy. It's gonna be $500 a month, and tell him to get out when he does that. And I'm like, oh, I would, come on now. I would never do that, right? So at that point, well, we were already joking at this point, but I had already taught him about the accidental death, because he had some kind of VA benefit that was going to kick in like 2 or 3 years, but he didn't have any coverage. So we just needed to kind of bridge the gap right there. I'm like, okay, cool. Well, here's this accident policy, which he was in the last year that he could get it, because he just turned 70. Let's do this, get you $250K worth of coverage, bridge that gap for that 2-3 years, and then, you know, your VA benefits kick in, done deal, right? So I I had learned about that product about 12 hours previously, right? But like that the night before, and I ran in and saw. That was my first policy I ever sold. Was the accidental death policy. So that's great. That's the benefit of coming to things like this. But also on a personal note, with the guaranteed insurability, with the children's whole life policy, I don't know if you guys know about MS, multiple sclerosis, but chronic illness ravages my mom's side of the family. My mom is one of 8. Her and 3 other of her siblings have been formally diagnosed with it. I've already lost an uncle to it. My brother got diagnosed with it 4 years ago. So crazy on my mom's side of the family. So when I learned about the guaranteed insurability, as soon as both of my boys hit that 14th day, we hit submit on the application. I got them both $50,000 worth of coverage, less than $20 for both of them. So now no matter what, if they get that, hopefully not, but that they come down with that, they can have guaranteed insurability up until age 40, right? So that's super practical and personal reasons why I have those policies, and you guys should talk about that, with your clients, but super useful to have those things. So when I talk about it with a client, it's a done deal because everybody's like me. We've got family members that come down with these illnesses, and these are real life stories, and I have real life children that now are going to be able to have policies no matter what happens, right? So I can do all the product stuff, but like that's not what's going to sell it. That story right there is what's going to sell it. But more importantly, my kids are covered, right? So it gives me more credibility when I'm talking to the clients. So just want to put a little button on that. But my job right now is to introduce somebody that I have, it's been a pleasure to get to know Mr. Adam Big Dog Burge for the last couple of years. Adam came in, had success before he got to us, but he came in, he learned the business, he started selling final expense in term like everybody does. But once he figured that out, I was like, okay, so what's next? What else can I do? Right? And I saw him over the last couple of years just go in there and figure it out. We had a lot of things already figured out, but he took the initiative to go in and really put some systems together and just really come out with a comprehensive way of uncovering that safe money. And like Stephen was saying, like once you see like the process to like move money, pile of money from here to pile of money there, and how big of a check they will cut you for doing that, it gets fun. It gets fun very, very quickly, right? The same hour that will make you $800 for a final expense sale will make you $80,000, right? Well, maybe not with one policy. You got to get lucky to do that. But Adam's going to show you guys how to uncover those, like what specific questions and how he maneuvers through it. Each and every one of us are capable of finding the money. We all have the clients that have the money. So Adam's going to go through and just walk us through his process. So this is the part of the program where you might want to take some notes and ask some good questions after it. It will make you a lot of money going forward. So, all right. Adam Burge, let's do it.
Thank you. All right, so it's nice to see you. We're gonna keep things pretty simple here, and the reason why we're gonna do that is because I think it's important to come away from these events where you learn something that you can use immediately. And with life insurance, it's especially when you enjoy it, you can find yourself kind of nerding out on people. You share with them everything you've learned. You feel like you need to educate them, but we have to remember when you're talking, you're not selling. Okay. Now that doesn't mean there aren't occasions where you need to inform people, answer their questions, but you want to be careful you don't go down that rabbit hole and make things too complicated. All right. And you also want to learn to use terms that they can understand. Like for example, when I'm talking about insurance, I often call permanent or temporary. And if people want to know more about what permanent and temporary insurance is, then I'll elaborate. But I try to keep it very, very basic for a lot of people because I want them just to decide based on what it is they need to know. And they don't need to know how every single policy works in great detail. All right, so don't make that mistake. I've made that mistake a few times. I have memories. I go back to think about some of these homes I was sitting in a couple of 3 years ago, and I'm like, boy, I really boogered that up because I really was excited about what I was talking about, and I just shared with them everything that I learned. Okay, so don't make that mistake. So we're going to keep it very simple here in our scenarios. We're going to run through it. Second of all, I'm going to intentionally not do things I should have done. And the reason why I'm going to do that is because I think it might be good for you, because I know I had Chick-fil-A about an hour ago, as you did. So instead of you just listening, to what it is I'm going to say. I want you to see what you think I should have not done or what I should have done. And then after each scenario, well, you can comment on it. Just try to be nice, okay? Just try to be nice. All right. Really, I encourage you folks, as time goes on, to really learn how to transition from term and final expense. Now, don't get me wrong, I made a lot of money doing term and final expense. I love writing policies, especially when they average, what, $500 or $1,000 in commissions, and it takes you like 30 minutes. I'll do that all day long. But what you really want to do, in my opinion, is as you're learning your products, to see what you can do next. You want to get to a point when if you feel comfortable doing something, you should be concerned. Because when you're comfortable, when you don't have any anxiety or nervousness, what does that mean? You're not learning. You're not learning new skills. And so when I find myself getting into a point where it's muscle memory and really easy for me to do something, I'm thinking, okay, what else can I learn? What's next out there? What can I learn to improve my skills? By doing that, you're going to make more money, right? Because now you're going to have opportunities to present things to people that you didn't know how to do before, and those new skills are going to help you make more money. Okay, so when I first started, it was final expense only. Then I realized there were a lot of people where final expense didn't make any sense for them. They really needed a term product. And then I learned that there were people where a term and final expense product wasn't ideal for them. They needed a universal life policy. So I learned how universal life policies work. Then I began to learn how to write illustrations to structure universal life policies to do things like tax-free retirement. Who's heard of that before? Anyone? Tax-free retirement accounts, TFRAs? Tax-free retirement accounts. Wonderful things. But that same illustration can be structured to serve as an education savings account. You're just adjusting the ages a little bit on the illustration. But the same principles are being used. I learned that a year ago. In fact, it was about a year ago. I was talking to Larry Malik from F&G, and he and I were about to go up and do a presentation at a boot camp. And he said, hey, Adam, have you ever sold IULs as education savings accounts or ESAs? I'm like, no, I never heard of that. How does that work? And he told me, and I'm so glad he did, because the next week I went home and I had a client I've been working with on a $1.2 million rollover. After we had gotten that all done, he said that next week, now what can you do to help me save for my children's education? The daughter is 1 and the son was like 8 or 10 months, something like that. And I'm thinking, wow, I'm so glad that Larry mentioned that to me, because if he hadn't, I wouldn't have known. So I ended up selling 2 policies, one for each child, a $750 a month in premium. Because I had gone to the event and because Larry Malik had taught me something that I didn't know before. Now, you don't get paid on $750 a month in premium when it comes to those types of IULs. You get paid on, I think it's the target, if memory serves, the target premium. I try not to pay attention too much to that. I just sell, let Cindy worry about the dollars. She's really good at it, believe me. Yeah, that's a whole other conversation. She's really good at that, Robert knows. Yeah, Robert knows her well. But you see the point? Nonetheless, I was able to provide a service to a client that served their needs much better, in my opinion, than any other savings plan for education could. And it was because I had gone to an event and because I had talked to people who know better, who know more. That's really important. Okay, so I'm going to use, as my potential client, I'm going to use the other Adam Lucas. Come on up here, Adam Baum. Come on up, okay? So we're going to, how much time do I have, by the way?
We can set it for you.
Okay, yeah, just tell me what I need, and I'll use it. All right.
Awesome.
Uh-oh, my device power. Okay, so in this first scenario, can you fix that for me, Chandler? I don't know what, in the first scenario, let me kind of give you some background, okay, about this client. This is going to be, we're just going to do in-home. You can apply a lot of these principles to telephone as well. It's just easier just to, not the two of us up here talking on the telephone, pretend like we are when we're sitting across from each other. Okay, so we'll just pretend like I'm in the home, knee to knee, face to face. And this is the client's background. Okay, they've shown some interest in life insurance by submitting a lead form, and they have a policy. So I need to find out what policy they have, okay? So we'll do that in the course of the conversation. And they're concerned about whether the amount of coverage they have now is adequate. So you kind of see where we're going. That's the setting, if you will, all right, of our discussion. So what I'm going to do too is I'm not going to pretend like I'm walking in the door and all the things you say before you go to the, before you walk to the door, and then when you walk into the house, and then getting to the table. We're going to skip all that. Okay, we're just going to go right to the point of the conversation. All right, pick up there. All right, let's do it. Ready, A-Train?
I'm ready. You ready?
Yep, go right ahead.
So I'll let you lead it.
Okay, so I noticed here, Adam, that you submitted this form. It looks like you're looking for some coverage for life insurance. Does that sound right? Do you need some insurance that you don't already have? Are you looking to supplement what you do have? Do you feel like the coverage you have isn't enough? And how do you feel about it? What are you trying to accomplish with your life insurance, Adam?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've been seeing some things online and things, and looking at kind of I just want to know what my options are.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have coverage. I think I have an older coverage that I had as a child.
Okay.
But my concern is that might not be enough.
Okay.
I just wanted to see what's out there.
Who was that coverage with? Do you remember?
I think I've had it since I was a kid.
Okay.
It might be like Gerbert, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's like a child whole life. Were you really young when your parents took that out on you?
Yeah, I was really young.
How old were you?
I think like 10 or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That's commendable because, here what your parents have done is they wanted to make sure you were cared for, you're protected,
Mm-hmm.
and they were also teaching you financial literacy at the same time. So that's really commendable. So how much coverage do you have in that policy? Remember the details, or do you have the policy handy so we can talk about the coverage you have?
I don't have it handy, but I think it's around like 5,000 or 6,000.
Okay.
Small like that.
Okay. So with Gerber Life, just so you know, what's great about Gerber Life is that when you turned 18, your $5,000 in coverage doubled to $10,000.
Okay.
Is $10,000 still insufficient for you based on what your goals are, what you're trying to accomplish with your life insurance?
Not with kind of like, I got kids, married.
Okay.
That's not gonna. I don't think that's gonna cut it.
Okay.
So,
So you want to leave money for your family as well, is what you're saying?
I would like to.
Not just cover funeral costs and final expenses.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, now, why do you feel like your family is going to need money in the event of your passing away?
Well, the biggest thing is we don't have anything really set aside. I'm the primary breadwinner.
Okay.
And I just know with that, the coverage that I do have is just not gonna be enough for me and my family.
Okay.
So,
do you have coverage through work?
I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have coverage through work.
Okay. Well, even if you did, it's good to have your own coverage because coverage through work is not really owned by you; it's owned by the company you work for. And
That's good to know. My wife does. She has coverage. But
Does she?
yeah,
Okay.
that's actually good to know.
But you want to get a policy that you and your wife own.
Absolutely.
That goes with you no matter where you're working.
Absolutely.
I totally understand. Okay. So let's talk about then your options. There are basically two different types of life insurance. There's term and there's permanent.
Mm-hmm.
Are you looking for something that will end maybe in 30 years, and you feel like that's going to be enough for your situation? You're going to make your mortgage is going to be paid off then, and the premium is lower. Or that's something that you're kind of thinking is best for you, or are you looking for something more permanent that accumulates cash value, earns interest?
I like permanent.
Okay.
So maybe you can kind of like break that down a little bit. Like,
Okay,
what does that
sure,
look like?
sure. Well, let me ask you this: has your doctor diagnosed you with any conditions?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been prescribed any medications?
No.
Okay.
I haven't actually.
Okay, so you're in great health. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
About 43.
Okay, yeah. So you're young, you're healthy. You don't use tobacco?
No.
Okay, good. Yeah. So you're an excellent candidate for life insurance. Insurance companies love insuring people who are young and healthy.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's good you're getting this now, as opposed to like when you're 53, when it becomes harder to afford.
Okay, that's good to know.
So what I would recommend in your case is for permanent insurance, I would recommend Mutual of Omaha's product. It's called Indexed Universal Life Express. And the reason why I like it is the coverage starts at about $25,000, and they're non-med policy, meaning you don't have to have a nurse come out to the house. It'll go as high as $300,000. Okay, so let me just look at some options here for you. We can kind of discuss what would be a good fit for you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm open to that.
All right. So what could I have done better there? What do you think, Adina?
Well, especially at the end, you shouldn't have us because they have no idea what you're talking about.
So what should I have done?
You should have said that you definitely could help them with this and use terms like something that will, gain cash value, help you for retirement, things they're going to understand, and then proceeded to explain how to,
Yeah, sometimes it's good to get, to get a little more detailed. Sometimes people just don't, you start getting into the details and their eyes glaze over, right? And so that's something to consider. So, when it comes to writing a quote, I hate using the word quote. I find myself even using it. Do you find yourself using that word? I hate quote. I don't give quotes. Okay, but we're all here together. You understand what it is I'm talking about. I don't give quotes. People ask me for a quote. What are they actually saying to me? What are they trying to say to me?
What's my price, probably?
Yeah, they're trying to give me a nice goodbye, a way to kind of separate themselves from the conversation because I have failed to hold their attention, to get their attention and hold their attention. So when people ask me for a quote, I don't get upset at them. Who do I get upset with? Myself, because emotionally I did not make that connection. Okay, I made it too transactional. Okay, so that's good to remember. But nonetheless, so this person, needs some coverage, and I need to kind of find out how much coverage he needs. And so, what did I do in that situation that might have given me some ideas about how much coverage he needs?
How much is your house?
Yeah. Well, he even referred to the fact that he wants to make sure the house is taken care of, the family. Yeah, so we're probably talking about a couple hundred, a few $100,000 at the minimum, right? If he can afford that at 483. So typically what I do is I'll kind of start with 3 options, maybe like the platinum, the gold, and the silver. And I'll give them 3 options and let them choose. And then sometimes what will happen is people will tell me, well, I actually need more than that. Okay, good. See, I didn't tell them they needed more than that. I tried to find something that I thought was reasonable based on what I can assess and went from there. Okay, what else should I have done that I didn't do? What do you think, Robert?
You really didn't make him dig deep and to see what the pain would be if he didn't do something more than what he already had while you were connecting, but you got you started to talk about the situation a little bit. You didn't dig down into that. You went for the kill immediately.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. In fact, who's here? Just the guy, right? But I know he's got a family.
I had to tell you.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
I didn't even ask, did I? Yeah, so I really boogered that up, didn't I? That was a big mistake. Yeah, because when I do that, what's going to end up happening? The husband's going to say what? Once we start talking about, the policy.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, boy, what should I have done? Man, I should have included her from the very beginning. She's sitting out on the porch crocheting. I walked right by her. I said hello, and I didn't invite her to come in and join me. Okay, very good. All right, anything else you think I could have or should have done better? I only made 2 mistakes? What do you think? Come on, Rogers.
You didn't get quiet, like silence.
Yes. Silence is an effective tool. Because when people talk about their pain and you let it hang in the air a little bit, what effect does that have? Who can tell me? What effect does that have when you let that pain kind of sit in the air? Go ahead.
You have time to think about it and feel it.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, very good. Okay, so go ahead.
Maybe could use his name more.
Yes, that's an excellent idea because, he and I have the same name. Yeah, so I could have joked around that. Yeah, exactly. I could have joked around about that a little bit. My mom named me after the second Adam, not the first Adam. That always gets a giggle from those who are somewhat religious. Yeah. Okay, very good. Yeah. All right. What did I do right? Can you think of anything I did right? What do you think? Adina?
You asked about his policies to try to find out what he had, and when he did find out that you had it, you commended him, you commended his parents, and you made him feel good for what he already had done.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. Yeah. Dave?
And then educated him about the policy he had, double when he was 18, something he didn't know. So that just kind of solidified your expertise on the matter.
Right. Good catch. Not all policies double at age 18. Like with Mutual of Omaha's products, what I like about it, I think is like various life changes, you have the option at that point in your life to, let's say, double the coverage. Like when you turn 21, I think it might be, or 25 might be one of those when it comes to Mutual of Omaha's policies. And so now the challenge is you have to know those things, right? And sometimes you're going to make a mistake and not remember that. But don't be too hard on yourself. Just try to learn from that for next time. All right? Okay. Anything else I did right? You think of something else that went well there? What do you think? Sir, go ahead.
You had asked if you had any medical history of any diseases.
Yeah. So how did I ask that question? I asked it in a two-part question, right? Did you catch that? How did I ask it, please?
First, you asked about, has he been diagnosed with anything? But you also asked if he's taking any prescription medication or has he been prescribed any medications?
Yes, please.
Yeah, and it's important you ask if they've been prescribed medication, not if they're taking it.
Right.
I've been prescribed cholesterol medication, but I don't take it.
Yeah.
So if you asked me if I was taking it, I'd tell you no.
Yeah.
Then when you submit the application, it would come up.
About 2 months ago, I had a client I was talking with on the phone, and I asked her, because I made a mistake, and I think back about it now, and I'm like, I can't believe I really messed that up. I asked her, are you taking any medications? And she said no. Well, the policy got declined, and I could not figure out why that was the case. And so I was with Mutual of Omaha, they declined it. And I'll tell you, about maybe 7 or 8 times out of 10, when they decline something, I will ask to appeal it. And it'll often get, approved anyway. Not every time, but, maybe a little more than half of the time. And they came back because I had her sign a waiver, a medical information release. They were able to tell me the reason why. She had been prescribed medication to treat alcohol addiction. But she filled the prescription, but never picked it up from the pharmacy because they had that in her report. The medication was filled, but she never paid for it. She never picked it up. And so what did that tell the insurance company?
She's not taking care of herself,
Mm-hmm.
and she's on medication.
Yeah. And she has an alcohol addiction.
Monitored, yeah.
Or at least that she felt she did by telling the doctor, and the doctor talked about it, and she, at that moment, felt like she needed help with. So it's important how you ask those questions. Have you ever been prescribed any medications? Very specific question. Have you ever been diagnosed with any health conditions? Very specific question. Okay, you're asking basically the same question twice, aren't you? Anything else I did right? Did that kind of cover everything, or do you think of something else I did right? Rob?
When he said he wasn't on anything, you commended him for his health.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're making him feel better about himself, putting him a little bit more at ease too. Commendation goes a long way.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. Adina?
You brought up the coverage from work to make sure he didn't have that because he might have forgot, but then you also explained a little bit why that's not a good option.
Right. Now in Georgia, where I'm from, when I hear about people who have insurance through their work, oftentimes I'm learning from people that they don't own that coverage that they have through work. The company they work for owns that coverage. They are the ones that own the certificate of insurance. Is that what you experience too where you live? Yeah, so it's not just a Georgia thing, right? You see the point? So the reason why is because the insurance company is the one that's bringing this benefit, and they're paying something into the policy, and because they initiated it, they have an insurable interest in you as an employee, but they own the policy. What happens if they decide that money is tight, they need to kind of tighten the belts? And can they drop that insurance without your permission? That life insurance? Absolutely they can. Can they raise the premiums? Absolutely they can. If you get laid off, does that go with you? Typically no. If you get fired, does it go with you? Some companies will say, no, you can take that with you if you retire. But what's going to happen is, in many cases, there's going to be a policy conversion. And what is the rate going to be based on when they're converting that policy?
Current age.
Current age, exactly, and health for that matter. Yeah. And so some people say, well, I can take it with me. Well, yeah, you can, but you can't. I mean, you are, but you aren't. They're still going to underwrite you before they convert it. Yeah. Or maybe they'll do just a simple conversion, but it's going to be based on your age at that time. So I compare that, I tell people that's like having, that's the icing on the cake. It's great to have, but it's not the whole cake. What you want is your own policy that you own in control that you got when you were at your youngest and healthiest. And typically, how much coverage does an employer contract come with, or an employer policy come with?
Usually 2 to 3 times your salary.
Yeah. Sometimes 5. Yeah. It can vary, right? It can really vary. So, but nonetheless, it's really just a temporary thing. It's a nice thing that the company offers, but you're paying into it many times, right? It's coming out of your check. So it's not really free. And some people don't even know that. They think it's just a free benefit. No, it's not. You're paying premium. Sometimes what they're paying, I found when I look at their employer benefits, they're paying more than it would have cost if they had just gotten the policy on their own. They're paying more through the company. And when people see that, they get really upset about it. They're like, "Well, I thought they were helping me out." No, they weren't. They were helping themselves into your pocket. Exactly. So that's why it's so important to get to what people have.
Mm-hmm.
It gets back to what Hutch was talking about earlier. Hutch really emphasized that about 2 years ago at one of our events. And from then on, I did the exact same thing that Hutch said. I would say, "Oh, let's do this. Listen, I've been drinking water and coffee all morning. I'm about to float away. I'm going to hit the bathroom if you don't mind. Where's the bathroom? And while I'm doing that, please go get your policy documents. And where's the bathroom?" See, and I just go to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
And then while I'm using the bathroom, I know what they're doing. They're probably looking for this. They probably know where that. Sometimes people come back to me and they'll say, "I can't find a policy anywhere." And I say, "Well, let's think of it this way. If there was a fire in the house, or if the police showed up and said we have to evacuate because of a flood, where are you going to think to go to first to find those documents?" They're like, "Oh yeah." You see, I'm not just taking a no for an answer in those situations. Okay. All right, so that kind of covers it, I think, pretty nicely. I'm going to make some of the same mistakes again, maybe some new ones, okay? So try to look not for the same thing over and over again, although there will be some of the same mistakes. Try to see if there's any new mistakes I make. In this next scenario, let's talk about what we have here. Do you guys know how to find a quote pretty easily on your phone? Let me just kind of connect to this real quick, and can you do that for me, Adam? Yeah. Thank you. It's good to have an Adam around.
This guy.
An Adam and a Chan man. An old Friends reference there. Did you catch that?
There you go.
Yeah, but you weren't impressed by it.
You can turn it to the side and make it, yeah.
All right, so Mutual Wellmo has this really nice app you can put on your phone, the quoting tool. And what's great about it is you can select the product. So I like using the IULE, the Indexed Life Universal Life Express.
Zoom out a little bit.
And the reason why I do that, I don't know why it's...
Is it cropping it?
Yeah, it's just doing it on its own.
Okay.
But nonetheless, want me to move over, Adam?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so the reason why I like that product is, number one, it's a universal life product, which means it's accumulating cash value, and that cash value is earning interest. In general numbers is around 5% a year, okay? And because it's universal life, they're guaranteed to never lose any money in their cash value, right? Because they're not in the index. It's indexed. It's not in the index. So it follows an index. It's market-related growth. That's an important phrase to remember. It's a market-related growth. And it comes in the form of like an interest payment, basically, is what it kind of looks like. Yeah. And so it'll vary, around 5% a year. So for a fast universal life product, it's a good interest rate. So part of the premium is going towards the cost of insurance, and part of the premium is going towards cash value accumulation. And they can borrow against that policy in the future if they want to, right? I had some folks during the pandemic that did that. They didn't want to get into their 401k because of the fees and taxes involved, so they borrowed from their life insurance. So that's an option, all right? So in this conversation, this is a gentleman who has no insurance, and he's young, he's 33, perfect health. Term would be great, right? Because you can get a lot of coverage for cheap, but what's going to happen in 15, 20, 25, 30 years? Yeah. Adina?
He's going to run out and he's not going to have anything to show for it.
Yeah, because index doesn't accumulate cash value. Some of our products do a return of premium, but what I'm basically doing, though, is I'm allowing the insurance company to use my money interest-free. Now, for some people, they like that idea. They're fine with that. Whatever, okay? If that's how they feel, that's their choice. But I want to make sure people are informed. They're educated. So term will be great for him, but if he's like 33 now and he's a 30-year term, he's going to be 63 years old, and how much is insurance going to cost at 63? A lot. Yeah. Do your insurance needs end in your 60s? No. The average cost of a funeral in Georgia last year was $19,175. That's a traditional funeral. Okay. Cremation is still around $2,200, even at a cremation society. Now, what do you think it's going to cost 30 years from now?
Double, triple.
Yeah, I mean, so you kind of see the concern. Are you feeling concerned for your client here?
Yes.
He's at a crossroads. Is he going to have another bite of this apple again? The chances are, no, not for a long time. Right? But he has a chance right now with me sitting across the table from him. This is going through my mind. I'm worried for him. I'm concerned for his future. I want to make sure he takes advantage of the opportunity right now without making you feel pressured. Sir?
So, like, I thought I read up on some of those, you can only take the money out at certain years or there's certain penalties, and so.
Good question.
Transfer some, like a 401k or some other, I know there's a bunch of other things that are out there now.
Yeah, there's some basic rules with IULs. Yeah, for example, you have to have cash value in order to borrow it. And you don't just start accumulating cash value immediately. Sometimes it can take, a year or even a few years. But the likelihood is that people aren't going to need it tomorrow. Maybe sometime in the distant future, odds are, is when they're going to need it. And they're going to be borrowing against their face amount. So if I've got $10,000 of cash value in a $100,000 policy, generally speaking here, we're not getting too deep into the weeds here, but generally speaking, if I borrow that, what have I done to my face amount? If I borrow $20,000 on $100,000, I'm lowering that face amount if I don't pay it back by $100,000, or by $20,000 that is. And where's the interest payment going to come from? Who can tell me? Where does it come from? I borrowed that $20,000, comes from?
From the cash value.
From the cash value. You see, so, and with some carriers, if memory serves, with some carriers, it may even be from the face amount. You'd have to ask Gene about that to make sure I'm not misremembering. But in any case, it doesn't necessarily come out of my pocket now. All right? And if I don't ever pay it back, so that's the benefit of IULs, guys, is an IUL can be structured in a way to pay me in the future, like at age 67, a tax-free retirement money every year. And I'm not paying any of the taxes on the money. It's just coming, and the interest rate's coming typically out of the cash value or the face amount of the policy. So it hasn't cost me anything, you see. And do you think that the taxes are going to go up or down? Yeah, they're going to go up. Now, generally speaking, right now, if every U.S. citizen was equal when it came to paying taxes, which they aren't, but if you were to assume that everyone was, and you were to look at the tax rates, the tax history right now, we are near the lowest they've been in modern American society. Probably the lowest would have been generally around the, who's the guy that slept with the secretary? Bill Clinton, the Clinton administration. Generally speaking, right around there, they were at their lowest. So we're near the lowest, but those who are experiencing the biggest tax breaks right now are not the average American. Who are they?
The 1%.
They're rich. And so it's good for you to kind of know that, because if you were to say, we're paying near the lowest, they're going to think that you're a fool, that you don't know what you're talking about. So you have to kind of qualify it, okay, with some people anyway. So right now, we're near the lowest. So what would I rather do? Would I rather pay taxes on the seed or on the harvest? Right, because if it's in a 401k, what's going to happen? Deferred harvest. And in the future, I'll be paying more in taxes than I am now. Here's another factor to consider. Let's say that I'm putting in 5% of my income in a 401k and the company matches 2. What's the problem with that remaining 3%, that difference? What am I doing there with my 3%?
Sitting there with no interest.
It's basically sitting there. It may be earning interest, that 3%, but where am I going to pay taxes on that 3%?
On the difference.
Later on.
Yeah.
If I had paid the taxes on that 3% now, I'd be better off tax-wise overall.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So I will sit down with people and do some simple math and just calculate what that dollar amount comes to. Okay, you're putting in 5%. So let's talk about what your annual or your monthly pay is, or your annual pay, and divide it accordingly if I have to. And then I find that 3%. Now, by finding that 3%, what can I encourage them to do with that 3% that would be probably better off for them? Exactly. And have I increased their budget? No, I have not. I have just reallocated money they're spending from one column to another column. Does that make sense? Okay, so you kind of get the background of where we're going to go here a little bit in this next conversation. So look for the things I should have done better or not done at all, and for the things that you liked. Okay, and we'll go from there.
Let's do it.
Okay, Adam?
Let's do it.
All right, Adam, thanks so much for inviting me in to sit down at the table, brother. I really appreciate that. That's nice.
Anytime.
Tell me a little bit about yourself. Do you, are you single? Do you have a family?
I am. I do have a family right now, and we just purchased a home.
Oh,
right now,
nice.
so
congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. It's my first home, so I'm super excited.
How many kids do you have?
Just 2.
How old are they?
8 and 12.
8 and 12.
Mm-hmm.
And how long have you and your wife been married now?
A while.
A while. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. Right. I understand. Well, yeah, that's awesome, Adam. Congratulations on having a beautiful family. And I want to commend you on the fact that you're trying to look out for their best interests, through using life insurance. That's really good.
Yeah.
Do you have any life insurance at all now, or?
So I don't have any right now, and that's kind of like my concern. I've been seeing a lot of things just like online and whatnot. I just got a home, so I'm trying to think about like protecting that thing. So I'm kind of lost a little bit, just trying to figure out what are my options, basically.
So you have no life insurance, not even through your work?
No.
Okay. What would happen if something were to happen to you? Maybe you were, on the way to work, you passed away, or you got injured at work, or something along those lines. I mean, what would happen to your family financially if your income was not coming in?
I don't know. Bad things would probably happen.
Like what? What are you thinking would be bad? What would happen? What would be the
having
results?
to sell the house, lose the house. Trying to figure out, funds to be able to pay for my funeral and things like that, and bills. So it would come down pretty fast, to be honest with you.
So your wife and kids might lose the house you have.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And they might have to move into somebody else.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah.
Who would they move in with?
Probably my mom.
What's her living situation like? Could she accommodate 3 new people in the house, or?
She can, but I wouldn't want to do that for her, to be honest.
To her or to your wife?
Both. All of them. To the women in my life.
Yeah. Do they live close to here, or are they like another part of the country?
Yeah, another state, South Carolina.
Okay, so they'd have to even like relocate completely, like geographically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Does your wife work as well as working in the home? Does she have an income?
She does.
So she might have to even replace her job.
Yeah.
Okay.
That might be tough, but yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for telling me that. I know that's not easy to talk about, but it helps me understand what your situation is and why life insurance is so important to you. So you're thinking about making sure that you can cover funeral and final expenses, and also you want to make sure that you're leaving enough money for your wife and your children to live on. Are you also thinking about education for the children too? Is that another concern of yours?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, so education. So using a life insurance policy for?
Yeah, they can use the face amount, however your wife, sees fit. She can use the face amount to help the family live, pay the bills. What's great about that is that she's not mourning your loss and dealing with the financial strain as well of your lost income. But she also has the ability to use that money in the future to pay for education if she wants to. If she can set aside some of the money to do that. I know when my father-in-law, I never met my father-in-law, but when he passed away, my mother-in-law set aside money for her son and daughter's wedding. And so when Cindy and I got married, we had some of the life insurance that we used to pay for our wedding, which was really a nice gift from my father-in-law. So those are the kind of things you can do with life insurance. Are you currently saving for retirement? Do you use an instrument to help you save for retirement?
I put a certain amount of funds every check to just put aside for my retirement right now.
What's your percentage that you're putting in? Do you remember?
Like 4%.
And how much does the company match?
They usually half. I think. Yeah.
Okay.
They'll match half.
So they're putting in about 2. You're putting in 4.
Correct.
Okay. Very good. All right. And so there's about 1% or so that you're putting aside that is tax. That can be taxed in the future, because you're putting those monies aside in a tax deferred account, right? Not a tax-free account.
Yeah.
Yeah. You ever heard of tax-free accounts before?
I haven't.
Okay.
You caught my interest.
Okay, so it kind of sounds like your life insurance might be able to accomplish a few important things for you. The product I would recommend in that situation would be the F&G's Path Setter product. In fact, why don't I just take a few minutes here to write an illustration? I'd like to kind of show you how they work. And instead of me trying to explain it to you, I can explain it to you with a visual aid, and I think it'll be much easier to understand how they work and why I think that would be a good fit for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So so I'm understanding correctly. There's a policy out there that not only can protect my mortgage and my family, but also like if something were to happen to me, they would be protected as well.
Yeah.
All while trying to like have money set aside for retirement.
Yeah.
You're basically telling me it's tax free.
Right. Yeah. When you take the cash value, you borrow against the face amount. When you do it that way, it's tax free.
I don't believe you.
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
I understand. I'm going to work up an illustration here for just a minute.
Okay.
And I'll show it to you, and I'll be able to explain to you
Let's do
better
it.
how it works.
Let's do it.
Okay. All right.
Awesome.
All right. So what did I do wrong in that scenario? Yeah. So what should I have asked? You guys are catching on. I tell you, the reason why I want to emphasize that point is I made that mistake many, many times at the beginning. And what I was doing was I was handing my prospect here an easy conversation stopper. I was making it easy for him or her to say I have to talk to my husband or my wife because I didn't require one thing. Okay, what else did I not do right? Okay, what should I have said instead, do you think? Why was face amount not a good idea?
It wasn't a good idea because he doesn't know what that is.
Okay.
Insurance terms.
Okay, what kind of term was I using then?
You were talking about the death benefit, which is also not a good way to say it.
Yeah.
Think of a better way to say it.
Right. What would be a better way to say it than face amount or death benefit? The cash value or the, what's that? What are you thinking about? What would be a better way to put it?
You said
Policy value?
or just a check?
A check?
Like, yeah, I'll bring you and your family a check.
Cash? Yeah, a check? Yeah. Yeah. You kind of have to assess your clients. Sometimes people are sophisticated enough and they understand these basic terms just fine. Then you're going to have some folks that they have no background and experience with that. Right? So you kind of sometimes have to kind of get a feel for what your client can deal with and try to, not oversimplify it. Could be, if you're not careful, guys, you can also be condescending. And there's a fine line. If people think you're talking down to them, you've lost them just as quickly as if you're talking over their heads. Okay? What else did I not do, or that I should not have done? That is, Rogers.
The 8 powerful tonal and intonation changes.
What are those? What does that mean?
I really care, scarcity, absolute certainty, utter sincerity, reasonable man. Well, you didn't touch on that. Implied obviousness. I feel your pain. And you didn't make enough processing noises.
Now let's think about that. Is that true?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Like when you said, well, I really don't have anything. You're like, wow.
Did I say that?
You didn't enunciate it, or you didn't just, and in your body, you didn't lean in.
I'm pretty sure I did, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What else could I have done? It wasn't, whatever it was, so you see the point, guys? Whatever it wasn't obvious enough.
Right.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't obvious enough to you, is it going to be obvious enough to the client?
And that's actually a good point too.
Right.
You'll have, just from a training standpoint, you'll have agents say, oh yeah, I did that. I did the pause. And, going back and listening to their calls is like, you pause for like a second.
Right.
You didn't really pause. So
it wasn't uncomfortable.
It wasn't.
Right.
I was very comfortable when you paused. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Exactly. Rob? Right.
Well, when you said he didn't believe you, so would you sit right there? I'm going to write an illustration. Now you've lost him.
Yeah, right.
So could have gone a little bit deeper. Well, what is it that you don't believe? What do you have doubt about?
Right.
And try to dig deeper to find out what his disbelief is instead of answering him immediately.
Yeah. So what I did when I was in the home is I would have like 2 or 3 illustrations in my bag because I did not want to just create an illustration right there at the table with the client across from me, because now I'm typing away and I'm not maintaining my contact with them, my conversational interaction and the like. And they're kind of getting cold to the whole idea here, right? Because I'm clacking away. So I had an illustration for like an average, male an average female, of age, average of age. And, an average premium amount might be like a couple $300, for example. And I had one for a tax retirement account, one for a life insurance policy, one for an education savings account. And I had them in folders. And so based on the situation, I knew which one to pull out. And I would just take them right to it and show them, right?
I also don't know whether I would use the term illustration. I'm going to show you an illustration.
Uh-huh.
Because most people, if they're not familiar with life insurance, are going to think you're just showing them a picture of something.
Yeah, right.
No idea what that means to look at an illustration.
So what could you call it, do you think? Spreadsheet?
An example?
An example? An example? Yeah. Very good. Very good. Just be careful, though. We have to be careful we don't go to the other extreme. Is it okay for me to call an IUL, cash value in an IUL, a savings account? No, it is not. Yeah, or an investment. Because you're not a financial advisor. And this is not an investment. It is a life insurance product. It's a life insurance tool. So you understand why some folks might use certain words so as not to get themselves into trouble by saying things they should not be saying, right? Because we can oversimplify and get ourselves in trouble.
There's also like, if you were to show me the illustration or the example, looking at it and seeing the numbers, just me personally, I would have felt a lot more confident in you showing me how this would be tax-free. So if you were to, that would help just explain in detail exactly how this works, and I would feel a lot more comfortable, and you would gain my trust.
Right.
So I'll be a little bit more interested in hearing, like, okay, what do we need to do?
Now, if you don't know how to write illustrations like that, guys, you just call like F&G and like a life sales, and they'll show you how they create that illustration. But you want to learn how to do it yourself, because insurance companies sometimes can write those illustrations a little bit more in favor of the life insurance company than of you and the client.
Right.
Okay. So just like, for example, if you click the box that says prevent mech, what you've done is you haven't really changed it a bunch, if any at all, for the client, and you've cut your commission down by half.
Yep.
Chandler?
If I were a new agent, where can I find training on how to run a basic illustration?
Excellent question. I think sometimes one of our most underutilized tools is NAA University. Under courses, there are some great videos that Gina has done that shows you how to write those illustrations.
Step by step.
Step by step. Yeah, she really simplifies it for you. Another thing on there is resources. It's another option on NAA University. I love going there because sometimes too, people will come up with an illness that I have not heard before, and I'm not even sure how it's going to be rated, or if they're even going to qualify. So I can go to NAA University, like I was talking with Mike earlier about this. I could just select, like a client who comes to me and they say they have COPD. And I'm like, what is that going to do to their policy or their qualifications? So I can just look it up, COPD, in the underwriting grid, the final expense underwriting grid, and find out what will happen to it or not happen to it, or who to write them with in order to get them approved. Okay, but whenever you have any doubts, the simplest thing to do is just call the insurance company and ask for a risk assessment. And it's so easy, and it's so quick. And it reduces a lot of the confusion. If you're unsure, it'll eliminate a lot of the confusion for you. Or use the insurance toolkits website, where you can go in and type in all the medications and their health conditions and click start or whatever, begin, and it'll list all the companies for you that will insure them. Yeah, all right? So it's good anyway to have those illustrations with you in the back. All right, what else did I do wrong? What do you think, please?
You asked how long he was married.
Yeah, in fact, I assumed he was married. Why could that be a problem?
Because I could have said I'm divorced.
Or he and his girlfriend or
no
girl are not married.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Maybe they never got married.
That's also true.
Yeah? So don't make assumptions of people's circumstances, because if you do, that can be offensive to them, because for all you know, mom and dad are always hounding them about why they're not married. And you say, what have I just done? I've decided myself with mom and dad against him by making an assumption. Yeah. Okay. Anything else I should not have done? Adina, lay it on me. What was it? Yeah. Yeah.
No, you were talking about how much interest that they were keeping out at work and how much things that he might not know right off the top of his head
Right.
about is it tax free or not tax free, and he's sitting there like, what?
Yeah, I covered a lot of geography in a 3-minute conversation, didn't
Right.
I? Yeah, you don't want to do that. Yeah,
It
don't
can be
wanna do that.
uncomfortable if you're talking about a client's like finances
Yeah.
and they don't know the answers.
Right.
And it, yeah.
Right.
Right. And I was gonna
Right.
say
Yeah.
that was my next point, is the connection part. Like
Yeah.
the whole thing Mark was coaching us about was about the connection. There was like no connection. There were some basic questions about my marriage and things like that, but I'm about to unveil and talk about my finances. You should
Right.
at least know what my hobby is or something. Like
Right.
what I like to do.
Right.
So.
Okay, let's talk about some other things maybe that I did right. Anything that I did right that stands out to you? What do you think? Go ahead.
Well, you did.
No?
Well, you did do a pretty good job going down the emotional path and letting him see or explain to you what would actually happen in detail to his family if something happened to him and where he would have to live, how far they would have to move away, they'd lose the house. So it did get him thinking.
Yeah, very good. It's a very good point. Rogers?
You asked the questions that's on the green sheet. You may not physically had it, but you already know what's on the green sheet. So you're going down that list of items.
Yeah. In fact, when I'm sitting in a client's home and I'm not sure what direction it's going to go in, I ask 3 questions. Okay? I say, usually when people fill out a request for information for an agent to call them or come into their home, usually it's for one of 3 reasons. Number 1, they had a recent tragedy in the family, and it got them thinking about getting their affairs in order. I write that on a legal pad, and I'll put a big 1 next to it.
And another thing to that too, especially with Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah.
You got to think about that. There's going to be less people possibly at the dinner table.
Yeah. Christmas, New Year's. Yeah. The second reason why people usually reach out is because they don't want to leave any debt behind for their loved ones. So I write that down, and I put a big number 2 next to it. Then the third one is they have some coverage in place, but they don't feel like it's enough. I write that down, and I put a big 3 next to it. Then I take the legal pad, and I turn around, and I face it to them, and I ask them which one best explains your concerns. And what's great is if I ask number 3 and they already have a policy in place, they're going to bring that up because I didn't just ask them if they have a policy in place. They brought it up on their own. Right, it's right there. And what I'm doing is I'm also guiding the answer they're going to give me. Right? So that's usually what I do when I'm sitting in a new home. Okay? But I didn't do that there. So that was a mistake. Anything else I did right? Can you think of anything else I did right? Adina, what do you think?
You told a personal story, so it helped connect to a real event, so he could see the benefit of it.
Yeah, now we have to be careful about that too, because if we're not careful and we get too involved in the story, who have we made it about?
Yourself.
And not the client, right? So we want to paint a picture, but we want to do it kind of briefly, maybe even by asking questions sometimes, and kind of helping them paint that picture for themselves, all right? Yeah, because it's their situation, not mine. But, Pete had life insurance, so fortunately, if he did not have life insurance, I mean, Robert and Cindy and Shirley might have had to move back all the way to Oxnard, California, live with her mother and father in a trailer, and they were both, heavy smokers and heavy drinkers. Imagine what that would have done to their lives, right? Very different life than they have now.
She might have gone.
She might have, yeah.
Not me.
Right. Right. You're like, well, have fun, Mom and sister. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So you see, so you want to kind of help individuals understand what life looks like without life insurance. Because life insurance is an emotional decision. It's not like buying car insurance. You're required to have that by law.
Yeah.
And that's why property loss agents are always upset about losing clients all the time, because people just go around shopping for the lowest car insurance premium and then drop their agent, right? You don't want that with life insurance. You get chargebacks that way. It can cost you a lot of money, and then that person's not getting coverage and the like. Sir?
Do you think that'll happen in the future?
What's that?
Do you think that'll happen in the future?
Oh, I don't know. Probably not. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is about life insurance, what's so funny about it is 70% of Americans don't have insurance. And the 30% who do have insurance are underinsured and don't even know it. Sometimes when I'm sitting with a client and they're not sure how much coverage they want, I will go to I think it's nerdwallet.com, and it has on there an assessment to help you understand how much insurance you need. And like if I were to do that right now, it would tell me I would need probably about $6.5 million. Well, how much would that cost me?
How old are you?
Yeah, 51. I mean, we're talking like several hundred or even $1,000 or more a month, right? And that's just term insurance. But sometimes what happens is when people see that, they're like, wow, I would need $6.5 million. And I said, I will tell them, let's just start where you can, and we'll go from there. I tell them, I kind of view life insurance as triage. I actually got that from Stephen. Let's put some coverage in place now. And then we can talk about how to improve the situation going forward. We can always come back and revisit this if we need to in the future. Yeah, because that number can really scare people, and it can move them to do something, but it also can move them to do nothing. Because people can get in, well, if I can't afford $6.5 million, forget it. See, so you have to be kind of careful if you're going to use that tool. Make sure you use it wisely. Okay? Anything else? Any other comments you guys have? Can you think of anything else I should have or could have done or shouldn't have done? Or I think this is much better than just like doing it perfectly for you. Because the challenge with that is I'm not going to do it perfectly because I'm not perfect. And if you're expecting for yourselves to do it perfectly, you're never going to get there, right? I mean, it's just not possible. So don't worry about being perfect. Work on being better and getting better and better and better. One of the things I appreciated I learned about from Stephen early on was he had a process for when he got in the car to go to the client's house, when he got out of the car walking up to the client's home, what he did when he got in the client's home, what he said at the table, what he said when he was leaving. See, he had a process in place that he had just practiced over and over and over again. And he did that because it gave him a consistent outcome. Okay, so oftentimes on the telephone, you have to do the same thing. But you just want to make sure you're not getting transactional about it and going through the motions, right? We're talking about caring for people. They need what it is you have to offer them. They need it. Yeah. I will get phone calls from clients on occasion who will say, hey, is this Adam Birch? Yeah, why do you, how can I help you? I'm like, well, I was looking in my dad's desk drawer and he had your business card in there and we weren't sure if he had any life insurance. I'm like, well, why do you ask about, well, he died over the weekend and we don't think he had any life insurance. Well, yeah, he didn't really get it from me. He wanted to talk about it or think about it and he never got back to me. And they're like, oh man, now we're gonna have to do a GoFundMe page. This breaks your heart, doesn't it? It happens a lot. Okay, so I think we got the point. All right, any questions before we wrap it up here? I got about a minute or so left. Anything else you think I should have discussed or answered for you? I think this is better than me just telling you. Yes. Yeah, okay, all right, very good.
We're good.
That's mine?
That's mine.
Okay. You got a nice looking computer.
Thank you. So we're going to take a quick break, guys. Stretch your legs, get some water, maybe a coffee or so. And we'll be back in about, I think it's 10 minutes. So,
thank you, sir.
So you did all that.
Oops, sorry about that.
You're good.
No.
You're good.
Well, I get to do the digging and figure stuff out, and we can come back together.
And typically, like what I'll tell people is it's a necessary pause for 48 hours because the factors that they saw in the business. So after 40 hours, it's really good enough to worry about.
Good job.
Thank you, thank you. All right.
right? Like even just being at axe throwing, which you guys learned from hanging out with Michelle for 5 minutes, right? So one of the other big reasons to always come to stuff, and especially including our national convention in January, is to get around the carrier execs, because that's where you make connections, and that's where you can get answers that aren't necessarily going to appear on a PowerPoint somewhere, and that's where you can build friendships and have allies on the inside. You know, one of the things in our culture of the Alliance, you know, Andy always teaches it as, you know, make a friend before you before you need a friend. All right, because if you only reach out when you need something, that makes you a user, right? Yeah. And I can tell you that a lot of insurance cultures treat carriers, people like waiters, which is so, I mean, it's just not right, right? Our culture is that we want to make a friend before we need a friend. So come to the events, make friends with these carrier folks. And I tell you, the other cool thing about carrier folks is sometimes things work out the way you want them to work out. Derek was at another carrier that we just don't write much business with, for multiple reasons. And then all of a sudden one day I walk into a big event and he's got a Mutual of Omaha shirt on. And I was like, let's go. This is exciting, right? So we're so glad he's with Mutual of Omaha. We do a ton of business with Mutual of Omaha. I think I might be one of the top producers with Mutual of Omaha in the Alliance. I love their products. IULE is one of the best. No, it's not one. It's the best permanent death benefit product on the marketplace. I mean, it's incredible. And they're going to make it even better, is what I hear in the wind. I don't know. Maybe I'm just trying to secret it, you know? Got to speak it into existence. I always love the secret people, by the way, right? I'm speaking it into existence. Yeah, but you're speaking it into your existence while you're sitting on your butt like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't help. You got to do something. So, but please make sure you connect with Derek. He's going to be here. We have the after party. Can we put the ACC championship football game on that TV while we're all hanging out eating barbecue? All right, cool. Because even though Miami got the worst snub of all snubs in an absolute travesty of justice, I mean, like, I know how numbers work, right? And I know that 2 is less than 3, right? That's still the case, okay? And I know that Miami didn't get dump trucked by a terrible Oklahoma team by 21 points, like the team that got, yeah. So anyways, I'm on a rant. I'd very much like to see, well, I've got a scheme anyways. So, but we're going to do that. Hang out with Derek, get to know him. He's a cool dude. I've spent most of the day chatting with him. And it's awesome to have carrier reps that are just like us, and he's just like us. So he's going to share some stuff with Mutual of Omaha. Give him a warm welcome. Derek.
Appreciate it. Appreciate you. So Rogers, I'll say this. This might be the most humbling room I've stood in front of this year, because the picture of me is right there and I see how bad I need to start working out. This is, whoa. Was not ready for that when I walked up here. The view from the back of the room, I know. This stage adds 20 pounds, if you guys are wondering. It's not just the cameras. Yeah, it's the lighting. It's definitely not me. Steven's awesome, but realistically, you know, Andy always says, make a friend before you need a friend. I love what I do. My favorite part of doing what I do is coming out to events and meeting you all face to face, having conversations, you know, having real relationships. I love this part of the job. I want to be approachable to you all. I want to know you all before you do call. But also, I want to be approachable because I want you all to call and feel okay telling me things. Or if we're at an event, I want Rogers to be able to come up and say, hey, you know, I was doing this happen. I was thinking this. Or, you know, I've had a couple clients doing this. Because if you don't tell us what needs to change ain't going to happen. Like, we don't just come up with ideas and say, hey, we're an insurance company. It's been around over 115 years, and we're going to change just because, you know what, nothing motivates it. This is just out of the blue, no feedback. You know, I had a boss. I was too young to appreciate this boss, by the way. A guy named Ed Butler. And he used to always say, pigs don't know pigs stink. And I was like, I don't really understand the saying. And then I got older and more mature. Maybe I made a lot of mistakes. And, you know, at some point it made sense to me. But, you know, Pigs don't know pigs stink because that's all they know. You know, nobody tells them they stink. It's just that's what they are. That's what they live. Well, insurance companies, if we stink at something, and you don't tell us we stink, no, I'm not telling you. Call me every Monday and being like, "Hey, Derek." I mean, we're an insurance company. We don't insure everybody, and if we did, we wouldn't be around very long. But feel free to reach out to me and tell me, "Hey, I had this come up. I think it could be better if we did this." Or this doesn't seem right. This doesn't seem fair. We're an insurance company. Change doesn't happen overnight at insurance companies. I know it's going to be a wild thing to tell you all. But change happens because of feedback from folks like you all. And if you give me feedback, I promise you I'll take it up the ladder. I can't promise you anything's going to happen with it. But I promise you, when you give me feedback on things, I will take it up the ladder. So, you've got your relationships, all your carrier reps. Here's another thing. With the Alliance, you all's carrier rep group is probably the best in the industry. And I don't know if that's Andy and Robbie doing under the table deals or what it is. But you guys, my peers, my counterparts, are awesome guys too, and they all feel the same way I do. So I'm telling you right now, whether it's myself, Bruce, Roberto, Jason, this one, that one, the other, we're all approachable. We all are here to help you all out. We're here to make a difference. This job, this industry is about protecting people, making changes, having fun along the way, and maybe putting a dime or two in our pocket. Some of you, several dimes by the minute. But that's what this is about. So, again, I want to be approachable. I was always approachable at that other company whose name I can't say because, we left and they weren't very happy about it. And, there might have been a threat of a lawsuit here or there, so we can't talk about that company. But, I was approachable there. I'm still the same guy. I just get to do a lot more fun stuff with y'all now. So we have a lot of fun. Mutual of Omaha. Obviously, like I said, we've been around about 115 years. I was actually in the home office for 115th anniversary. Yeah, 115 in like 8 months now. We've been doing things a long time. There's a reason why we do things. I kind of mentioned this before. One of my favorite conversations with folks is, "Oh, you need to accept this and this and this and this and that and this and the other." And so, guys, we're an insurance company. The beautiful thing is, when you're an Alliance rep, you have carriers that have different niches. Maybe somebody's more COPD friendly. Maybe somebody's more diabetic friendly. Somebody's more cost friendly. But you're like Robin Hood or for your younger folks, Marvel with the Hawkeye. You got a bunch of arrows in there. You got a bunch of things you can lean on. A bunch of different carriers you all can use. We're never going to open it up. We're never going to accept every single person. Because if we did, we'd be one of those carriers this summer that pulled out because, if you have no height and weight build chart, you don't require social security numbers, you don't require ITIN numbers, it's not a winning proposition here, folks. We're in here, we got to make money just like you all got to make money. But our goal is to help make it together. We want to improve, but if the conversation every week is, "Hey, you just need to accept everything," but that conversation ain't going to go very far. I'll take things up the ladder, but that ladder, that's a short ladder, and it doesn't get us anywhere. So, Mutual of Omaha has been awesome. Came over in early February this year, made the change. Some people knew about it when we were in Dallas. That made for some awkwardness, but we still had a lot of fun. Working with the Alliance has been amazing this year. By the way, can you all hear me okay? Okay, cool. It's been an amazing year, but I've got to pitch a lot of products. What was cool coming from where I was to where I am, and Gina mentioned this. A lot of us focus on the simplified issue side. For you new folks, anybody actually really, really new in here? Okay. So we all know simplified issue means we're going to base everything we do on their health history, on their backgrounds, what we can find and Milliman. Steve and I talked about Milliman earlier.
But we're basing our decisions on what we find in Milliman and what we find in MIB. We check, at Mutual of Omaha, we check driving records. So if you're healthy as a horse, but you drive like Ricky Rudd on Highway 25 out here, we're going to have a problem. That's what we call unsafe behavior. There's a lot of different things that can be unsafe. But simplified issue is, hey, we're going to make an instant decision based on what we can find. We're not doing blood, we're not doing urine, we're not doing parameds. If you want to collect blood and urine, don't tell me. I'm pretty sure that's a violation. I don't think you all are actually allowed to do that when it's not necessary. But the beautiful thing about simplified issue insurance is you don't have to do it. And I encourage you all not to, because again, there's blood and urine, gross. But we're trying to make things easy. We're trying to pay you fast, but we're making those snap decisions. Now, the problem is with snap decisions, you don't get all the information. So again, there might be sometimes that we have to go fully underwritten. Here's the beautiful thing about Mutual. I didn't get to pitch this before. We have fully underwritten products too. If you need something simplified issue, you want it approved and paid right away, we can do that. You want a $5 million face amount? Guess what? We can do that too. Here's something for you all. For those of you all, Adam was talking about, some of the bigger leads, and I know he does some of the estate planning, and of course he's not in here when I give him props. But if you have clients who, unlike me, go get their annual physical annually, not every 3 to 5 years, but they get it annually, guess what? On our fully underwritten products, you can do, it's basically a streamlined underwriting. We can use those blood tests and their annual physical as that paramed appointment. It's called fluidless underwriting. Yeah. So if you have had an annual physical within the last year, they did your blood work. We can use that as the paramed appointment on insurance policies up to, I believe it's $5 million. How about that? This streamlines the process, because let's be honest, the hardest part about somebody who wants a $5 million policy is getting them to sit still and time. And getting those people to do the paramed appointments, they're busy people. They're making money. Yeah. If you want to live in the fully underwritten world, good luck. Come back to us in 30 to 60 days when your paramed appointments have missed 3 times in a row and you're trying to figure out how to get your paramed guy to go out there for the 4th. That's a tough battle. So that's why we try to make it easy for you. So simplified issue insurance, we start at 2 years old. We have plans that you can write up to 89 years old. So if the people are too young, because you're talking to the parents or grandparents or whatever, because obviously you can't talk to somebody younger than 2 weeks old. I mean, you can, they just don't talk back, which I'm about to have a teenager, so not talking back was a beautiful idea. But she looks like her mom and she acts like me, and that's a dangerous combination. The funny part is the inverse would be horrible for a young girl. If she looked like me and acted like her mom, oh Jesus. But somebody who's got a 2-week-old, you can start writing a policy. Unless you're spending all your time in the nursing home, folks 90 years old and above, I can't do anything for them. But everybody in between, we have a product that fits their age group. We have a product for everybody, because some people don't qualify for things. I know you look at me and you think this is the perfect vision of health, but there's probably products that I don't qualify for and some other people don't either. It's part of the world we live in. So simplified issue starts at 2, goes up to 89. Now today I'm going to focus on the 2 most popular products for the Alliance with us. And I can tell you this, the Alliance writes more apps, and this comes from Robbie Kraft. So if you don't believe me or if I'm saying something wrong, this comes directly from Robbie's mouth. So that's my allegedly. You all write more apps with Mutual of Omaha than you do any other carrier. We're second in total premium. Somebody else gets big cases right now, but we're working on that. We're making some changes. We're trying to streamline some things.
but the most issued applications with the Alliance come through us. Two most popular products, IULE and Living Promise. We're going to start with IULE. Who in here has not written an IULE? Okay. And this isn't a jab at anybody. We're here to learn. This is what BootCamp's for. Who in here doesn't understand how an IUL works? It's fine. I'll be honest. For a long time, I didn't understand. So I'm going to make this real easy for you. Do you have that pen again? Cool. The jumboest jumbo marker I've ever seen. Oh, you can, and I hope you do. IULs. There's all IULs. You know, IULE is a Mutual of Omaha product. Stands for IUL Express. If I was there when they came out with the product, we would have called it the IUL Easy. Still would be IULE. It's the easiest to write because if you do Easy Solve, we will create the illustration for you. As you get further in your career and you realize how much fun illustrations are writing, you will love IULE more and more and more because it's the IUL Easy. But here's how an IUL works. And we're going to simplify this down. So on traditional insurance, you've got a premium, right? And you pay that monthly premium, and you get an insurance policy with a face amount. Just for easy numbers, these aren't real numbers. Pay $100 a month, you get $100,000, in coverage, right? So here's what happens on an IUL. You've got your face amount. You also have what we're going to call, if you want to call it an investment account. Think of this. This is not a 401k, an IRA, but think of it like this. This is money where you're taking some of your cash and you're setting it aside to invest it into the S&P 500 to grow over time. And later in life, you can either take that money out and use it. You can use it to pay this insurance premium. There's options, but we're going to put this money away for you to invest it and grow it over time. So you get a face amount and you get an investment, right? Now, people say, well, why wouldn't people want to take their own money and invest it themselves? I'm going to tell you a little story about a guy I know named Jay Wiedenmeyer. You might see a similarity in the last name. I love my dad. My dad, the minute he gets $1 in his pocket, is $1 he is ready to spend. What is it? 70% of this country lives paycheck to paycheck. If it's in the bank account, they feel like they can or should spend it. One of the hardest things people to have is to invest the money when they're sitting there staring at it, because we can all find a way. We all have things we want to do, myself included. Guess what? I like things. I like going on trips. I was on a cruise last week with my daughter and some of our friends. It was awesome. And I would like to spend that money and do it again because it's 18 degrees in Kansas City and there's snow on the ground. Coming back to that was awful. I liked the Caribbean. I like spending my money. The beautiful thing is tie your insurance. That monthly premium comes out, covers your face amount. We're also going to take money out and we're going to invest it for them. It comes out automatically. It's not burning the hole in their pocket. It's a mindless thing they sign up for. That money's going to grow and grow and grow over time for them to be able to do stuff with. Whether they take that cash out, they use it to increase their face amount, or they just use it to pay that premium. They have options over time. It's a beautiful thing, but it's essentially a savings account or an investment account with an insurance company. That's what an IUL is. Now, there's all these things you got to do with it. That part you can have Stephen teach you, illustrations and this and that and the other. But that's the concept. That's how it works. Now, I mentioned IULE. It's the number one selling app-wise IUL with the Alliance. One, because it is so easy to do. Two, it's a simplified issue. But it also makes sense. for those of you who've been selling, you've seen this. For those of you new folks, you'll see this over time. Our cost of insurance across the board, whether you're looking at our, critical illness policies, accident and death policies like Gina was talking about earlier, where you're talking about our fully underwritten IULs, our simplified issue IULs, our final expense products, our whole life products. Comparatively across the board, we do a better job of keeping that cost of insurance lower. I don't like to say it's cheaper because cheap is a cheap word. It cheapens the quality. We are not a cheap company. We're good at making the dollars do what they're supposed to do. Right? We keep that cost of insurance lower for your clients to make it more affordable. It's not cheap, it's more affordable. So, one of the beautiful things about our IUL, is it's extremely affordable. Helps make it easy to sell. I don't know about you all, but if I could buy a car, the same exact, extremely similar car, and I could buy it for less, I'm doing that. But that's not the only thing that makes the IUL awesome. So some other companies came out with IULs. More companies are going to come out with IULs. One of the hottest products in the industry. A company came out with an IUL earlier this year. I legally can't talk about them by name for another year and a half-ish. But they came out with one of these earlier. And here's the deal. They both say IUL. They both say simplified issue. You can get similar face amounts, but that doesn't make them equal. Not IULs are the equal. Not all IULs are the same. Dylan, my coworker, said this, and I love this. The IULE is the simplified issue IUL you would sell your mom. Boom. And it's just like what Hutch said. He would want anybody to treat it like it was he treats his clients as if it was somebody sitting with his parents. That's how he'd want them to be treated. Our IUL is the same way. Because when you look at it, when you look dollar for dollar for the same face amount, same premium as this other company, we're within a couple dollars of each other. Literally less than $2 at most age groups. When you look at the breakdown, for a 30-year-old female, we're putting over 50% of that monthly premium, over 50% of that monthly premium is going to their investment. They're putting less than 30%. And it's pretty equal across the board. We do almost double the money going into the investment account as that company does. So if you wanted this money to grow over time, you want to be able to put more in it, right? We're very open about how we do it. Our cost of insurance is lower, so the money that they're putting in, which is why people buy an IUL, for it to grow over time, this is a lot more. So when that other company advertises a 2.5% higher rate of return on their money, and you look at the illustrations, well, why is Mutual higher at 10 years on my cash value? 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. Because we designed the product right with a low cost of insurance and a higher amount of your premium going to your investment. And in the end, that is ultimately why people buy IULs. They buy it for permanent protection. They want that high face amount for a long time. Or they buy it because they want to take cash out later. But either way, the cost of insurance, the fees, the investment, how we design this, makes this the IUL that you would want to sell to your mother. And I would argue with anybody till we're blue in the face about it. I just sometimes like to argue, but that's another thing. But it's a...
So you said a 30-year-old. For a 30-year-old, 50% goes to
over 50%.
Over. Is that something you have to figure out in the illustration? Because the only thing I've ever sold is this.
Okay.
And I sold it to very good friends. One's almost 70.
Yeah.
And his wife is like 55.
Mm-hmm.
They bought it because I told them it was the best.
It is.
But I'm still very new. So I'm curious how much of what they're paying each month is going toward the investment.
You can find it in the illustration. Here's the other thing.
I never did an illustration.
So if you go in there, when you go in and you're doing the IULE, there's a page you get to where if you scroll over, you can print out our cost of insurance, like our fees, and you can break it all out and it'll show you, hey, this is how much is going to fees every month. Well, you know how much is going to fees and cost of insurance. The amount left is what's going here. We don't hide it. We put it out there. We want people to see it. We want to make it easy. But across the board, when you compare us to other IULs, we are typically putting more money into here on that simplified issue IUL space than our competitors. And it allows that money to grow over time, that cash value to increase. And it's pretty staggering. I have some cool slides. I didn't bring them because that leads me to rabbit holes, and then I talk for an hour, and I'm not supposed to. What's up, Roger?
Is there anything we should look for when it comes to the later years of the person's life, as far as cash accumulation versus the cost of insurance, as far as keeping that? Let's say they live to be 100.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything we need to look for?
Just tell them to pay that target premium. I mean, this product is designed. So there's two parts of this. There's the guarantees. We guarantee things for 20 years. However, the product is designed to last until age 120. It is designed. Now, if all of a sudden, there's a nuclear war and economies tank and the stock market's negative for 20 years, guess what? It's going to last the guarantees. However, if that happens, yeah, we're screwed anyway. Didn't mean to drop that word, but we're up the creek without a paddle. We are in a bad way. Your IUL performance is the least of your concern at that point, because the world is literally killing itself. Like, we are in trouble. But it is designed to last to age 120. The market over time does things like this, right? Actually, it does things like this. It's always going to go up over time, but it's not that perfect 45-degree angle. There's going to be down years. But it's designed to capitalize on the good years. On the down years, you do not lose money. There's cost of insurance and fees, but your investment in that IUL does not go down. In the good years, you capitalize on it. Bad years, you don't lose anything.
With the illustrations, do you do those through WinFlex?
So if you do IULE and you do Easy Solve, we create the illustration for you. And you don't have to do it. If you were doing one of our fully underwritten IULs, or they want to overfund it, then if you want to have something that's overfunded, yeah, you got to go into WinFlex and do that illustration and then attach it. And if you don't attach it, then we're going to send you an email afterwards and say, hey, that commission check you wanted is on hold until you do this illustration and get it signed, which is why a lot of people like IULE and the Easy Solve, because less work, more money, faster. We all like.
So when you were talking about the investment of 30%, does that percentage changes if it's a lump sum versus a monthly payment for the premium?
No, it's just the percentage.
It doesn't matter if they want to do a lump sum for the 7 years.
Well, first of all, we don't do lump sums on our IULs, but if they want to do like an annual pay instead of a monthly pay, it's still the same amount going towards that investment account versus the cost of insurance and fees. It's just split one time instead of every month, but it's the same percentages. We are putting more money in every month. That was awesome. Meant to do that.
The guarantee is 2%?
The guarantee is to last 20 years.
I mean, but the interest.
There's not a guaranteed interest if you do the regular crediting strategy. Now you can do the declared interest and it's 2%, but most people don't want to do the declared interest. You want to play the market because that's the better option over time. That's how you're going to get a better cash accumulation. You don't want the fixed dollar amount. You want to let it go with the S&P 500 because the S&P 500 is going to grow more than 2% year over year over time. There'll be years it doesn't, but you're going to miss out on the years where it does 8%, 9%.
I hope you
I did. No, I'm just kidding.
My question is, after they've had it a while, if they have a lump sum of money they want to put into it, can they? And it go toward the investment part of it?
Up until a certain point. Then we start getting this thing called MEC, and that's up here, and I'm down here. MEC. MEC is a great thing to ask Gina about. Chris Norris, Steven, people smarter than me. So, Rush.
Oh, okay, so is there a target age for this product? For example, we guarantee 20 years, so we have a 30-year-old, great health. They don't want to turn, and we're trying to see, well, we're not going to do living promise. So 20-year guarantee, they're in their 50s now. So you can still expect, because the way the product is written up, that it can last. If the market does what it does, it can last to age 120.
Yes. And it is designed, when we design it, it's designed with the expectation that there's going to be down years where it doesn't make money. It is designed knowing this happens, and it is designed knowing this happens.
Okay, so you cleared up a lot for us there.
Yeah.
Because we could have been writing a whole lot more, because we were under the impression that we should just look at a certain target age
Nope.
to help a client with that particular policy.
It is designed to last till age 120. It is designed knowing that there's going to be great years, and it's designed knowing there's years that are going to suck. It's designed knowing that, there's going to be a housing crisis probably once every 20 to 30 years. That there's going to be, I'm trying to think in the last 20 years, we had 9/11 crash the markets, and then we had the housing market, we had COVID. There was one other thing in there. There's another big dip in there, so I can't remember what the other one was. But the product is designed to know that there's going to be down years, there's going to be up years. The other thing is our illustrator rate's 5.92%. If you go back to the year 2000, people are actually getting 6.5% on this, or just under 6. I think it's like 5.48 or something like that, or 5.46, or excuse me, 6.58, 6.46. We're doing a half point better than what we advertise. Anybody have any ideas why we would do it that way? Hey, that's exactly it. We want this to perform as good or better, because there's a lot of companies out there that advertise crazy rates, and then they end up in these things called class action lawsuits. And I'll tell you where Mutual is not going to be, in a class action lawsuit. This is designed to go the right way. It's designed to do the right thing. More money's going in. It's designed to last till age 120. Yeah, the guarantee is only 20 years, but guess what? If the economy is exactly flat for 40 years, this product will last 40 years. As long as it's not negative, if it's exactly zero over 40 years, this product will last 40 years. If it's negative for 20 years, this is going to last 20 years. If you get moderate gain, it's going to last you 60, 70, 80 years.
Is this one that where if the market goes down, or if it gets into the negative or whatever, where this caps out at 0 or something like that?
Yes.
You don't gain anything that year, but you don't lose anything either.
The floor is 0. The cap is a little over 9%. So when the market makes 12%, when the market makes 12%, you're capped in the 9s. When the market's at negative 12 or negative 20, like it was around COVID, guess what? You're at 0. You are protected. Yes.
So is this, I was kind of under the understanding that if you have a client that's like 75, 80, that this isn't a wise decision for them because of their time horizon, if you're putting them into this at that age.
Well, an 80-year-old can't get this. They're too old. Yep. 75. 75 for this. But here's what I'd say. If you want a higher dollar, if you wanted $100,000 in final expense, but you're in a healthy senior's house, they're 60 years old and they want $100,000, you can either write a $50,000 living promise with us and a $50,000 Foresters, whatever they call their final expense, or you could write one IUL and get it $100,000 if they're healthy enough to qualify. And it's going to be cheaper. That $100,000 on the IULE is going to be cheaper than finding $100,000 in final expense. That's the other thing. Rogers asked about, hey, what's the target age? Just like every insurance, the earlier you get it, the cheaper it is. However, in an IUL, we'll take it into those senior ages to a certain point, and you get more coverage for less, as long as they're healthy enough to qualify for it. For those really healthy seniors, those overexcited ones, and they're out there pickleballing in their retirement, IULE all day long. Yeah, you go into their house, they're not smoking, and they're, oh yeah, we got to hurry up. I got pickleball at 4, and I got pickleball tomorrow at 4, and and whatever older healthy people do. I don't know. I'm not that old. I'm not that healthy. I know pickleball is kind of a thing right now, but IULE all day long. All day long. The target age is, as long as you can qualify, this is a great product. So that's IULE. Answer some questions. Living Promise. Living Promise is easy because simplified issue is easy. Even easier than the IUL Easy. Should have been the IUL Easy. I know it's the Express. Whatever. I wish we could. I said it, and then they put me on mute. That really happened on a Zoom call. I don't blame my boss. I say a lot of silly things, but it really should have been the IUL Easy. Living Promise Easy. Living Promise is our final expense. Starts at age 40, goes up to $50,000. Right? For a little extra money, you can get an accidental death benefit. It'll double the face amount. You have a $50,000 policy. You pay that extra money every month for that rider. They die in an accident. Again, accidents are one of the most common causes of death at every age group. But I don't know if you know this, seniors start to get what we call the falls. It's a sad, sad thing. And I try to call it the falls because it makes, those are accidents. They're common. They happen. I've had a family member pass away. Fell and hit their head. I mean, but that's not uncommon for older people. This helps cover that. Fall, hit their head on an accident. It'll double the face amount. Nice and easy. Final expense is whole life. Guess what? Everybody knows what whole life is. You pay the premiums, it will last your whole life. Oh, okay. Accidental included. On our IUL, even though Gina poo-pooed it, and I kind of agree with her, but IULE comes with full living benefits, critical, chronic, and terminal illness riders. To Gina's point, I would rather write a cancer policy, critical illness policy, one of those as a standalone. One, you're going to make more money. But two, they can use that for their living benefits. But if they don't have living benefits, if they don't do that, they do have the living benefits on the IULE. On final expense, we have basically a terminal illness rider. If they're deemed 12 months or less to live, they can take out up to 50% of that face amount to cover whatever they do. For me, that 50% would be to send me to the beach, and because again, if I know I'm dying somewhere warm. Rogers, no offense to Detroit, it's cold up there. I'm not doing that. I'm getting as comfortable as possible, and as comfortable as possible is a swimsuit and a beach. But we do have that terminal illness rider standard inclusion on our Living Promise. We have a ton of other products. They're all easy to write. They're so easy they let me teach you how to sell it. And I'm really smart. Good at math. That's about it. You got a question?
So is the maximum they would pay out for the living benefits 50%?
On final expense. Yep.
And on the IUL?
On the IUL, it is an actuarial decision. Well, I could explain it to you. It would take a long time, but yeah, it's kind of what Gina broke down earlier. They're going to look at it and say, how sick are you? What's the cost?
They would never give you 100%. It would always be less than 100%, correct?
Between you and me, there are insurance companies that will tell you they'll give you up to 100%, but no insurance company is going to do it. I'll give you, while this football game is on, I will explain. I say everything in front of the camera, and I would never say anything in front of the camera that I wouldn't say, or anything outside of the camera that I wouldn't. again, I'll shoot you all straight. That's how we get to the best relationship we can have. Any other questions? Okay, if you want to get to know me, I like talking about my daughter. She's pretty awesome. Barbecue, because I live in Kansas City. Barbecue capital of the world. Yes, you guys do pork better here. Oh, please. I just blocked your number. Just kidding. But maybe I did. Don't bring me a brisket. Let's cook one together. Jayhawk Sports. And everybody hates the Chiefs, and so I live that right now. Everybody's anger fuels my day. Love it. Hey, guys, thanks for having me out. I appreciate it. I couldn't do what I do without you all.
Thank you, Derek. Thanks, brother. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Actually, let's give him another round of applause because Derek is buying all the barbecue beer and wine for afterwards. Yeah.
I'm going to drink it all. Wait.
All right. Hey, and here's what I'll tell you as far as living benefits. When I show someone living benefits on IULE, if they have a cancer or heart attack history in their family, I come back afterwards, after the IULE is issued, and I say, hey, I couldn't stop thinking about what you said about your family history of cancer or how your dad had a heart attack. The worst thing I'd want to happen is for you to have a heart attack and for the accelerated benefit to eat up that much of the death benefit and then leave your family in a jam when you pass. We can add this extra product that will be your critical illness product, and that way we leave the death benefit whole to preserve your legacy. So it is so easy to go back and sell it after you already sold an IULE. And I would sell an IULE to my grandma. Absolutely. I mean, I can't. She won't pass underwriting because she passed away about 12 years ago. But they won't take her. They won't take her. Even Milliman, they're like, nope, deceased. So, but I would sell it to my grandma. It is that good of a product. And I will tell you, the other product that is a supposed competitor, the illustration that the interest rate they advertise, they are never going to hit. And those products will lapse on people late in life. Mutual of Omaha's product is a product built by people that care about people. So you have zero qualms selling that to someone 70 or 18 or anywhere in between.
Repeat the last two sentences, what you just said. I just need to hear it again.
18 to 75?
No.
I would sell it to my grandma.
Okay, after that.
The other company's product is trash.
Okay, basically, you know what I'm saying?
Folks in the back.
Hey, I've already told my team, don't sell that product. That is a bad product for people. It is a product that seems to me to be underwritten in ill faith. I'll tell you later.
No, it just alleviated a lot of our stress because we were bypassing what I think is personally our favorite product is the IULE. I'm not gonna lie. And it took Rogers forever to qualify for it, but he finally qualified for it. But we were taught a different way about that product, that it should only be a certain target market, and we were not offering it.
I would never teach anybody that. That product is good for everybody 18 to 75. If they qualify for it, that's the best permanent death benefit product in the United States of America, period. End of story, period. Fast approval. Yeah, absolutely. And so the fact that they illustrate at 5.92, despite the fact that their actual performance is higher, tells you all you need to know about how that product's designed. It's a forever product. All right, so I want to know who told you that. So consider the source is what I always say, right? Consider the source. All right, so here's what I want to talk to you about, and because I want to get Chan and Adam up to talk about scaling, but I want to talk to you about making money, right? Sales is fun. Sales is awesome. I love sales. In case you can't tell, I don't need to sell, but I still sell because it's fun. It's just fun. Like I love the game. Like I'm listening to game tape of someone's call, and to me, it's like watching football film. Like I'm just like I love it. But here's what I don't want to ever be: in a position where I have to sell to have income. That's most agents. The most agents are in this position where they have to sell to have income. And it breaks my heart when we bring someone on that's been in the insurance business for 20 years and they still have to sell to make income. That's crazy. That's insane, right? Like, why be in that spot? I mean, unless you're immortal, and then that's, if you're, okay, here's the only way you don't have to build a team. If you are both immortal and in love with sales. If you can check both boxes, you don't have to build a team. Oh, if you're immortal, have unlimited energy, and love sales. There's another box. There's 3 boxes now. If you can check all 3 boxes, I'll sign the waiver that says you never have to recruit or build a team. Just bring it by. Give it to Omar. He's got the stamp. He'll stamp it for you. You're good. So I just want to reason with you for just a little bit on why you should build a team, right? Because to me, it's like the things that people get all fired up about, like, I'm gonna get some of that mailbox money. I was talking to a guy yesterday, and I thought he'd be a good position for the IUL, and he's like, yeah, I ain't trying to get a policy, brother. I'm trying to get some mailbox money. And I was like, yeah, I hear you. The things that people get into to try and create passive income, to me, it's when I look at what I have known for 24 years of override income, there is nothing like building a team in this business, in this structure. Now, don't get me wrong. Maybe you tried to build a team in another company and the processes were flawed, or you were given people that were just lazy and then held responsible for their laziness. I get it. We don't operate like that. If someone's lazy, I'm like, let the lazy starve. That's kind of the way I operate. Lazy people don't like that. They're like, oh, that's not fair. You know what I'm saying? Like, if a man won't work, I don't know what to do for him. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking about different coaching conversations. So the guy just showed back up that stops the stuff out of my mouth. He was on break. Point is, I love all fellow humans, and I think that if people don't feel the need to work hard, I think that's their choice, and I think that's, a choice they make, and I hope things work out for the best. So there we go. All right. So one thing people like to do or talk about, dream about is what? Yeah, I want to create some mailbox money with a house. I want to buy a rental house. All right, so let's buy a rental house. I would not recommend doing it in the Asheville market because even a 2-bedroom bungalow in West Asheville is $1 million. Like, that is a crazy, crazy housing market. Let's not do it here. Let's go down the mountain to Spartanburg, South Carolina. Is it still reasonable in South Carolina? I feel like reasonable-ish. Yeah. The Asheville spillover is that the further western parts of North Carolina used to be, but now it's like the spillover is crazy. So let's buy us a $300,000 house to rent. We found us a $300,000 3.2 that we're going to rent. What's the first thing I got to come up with to buy an investment property? Down payment. Closing costs too. They come at you 8 ways to Sunday when you start buying houses. Yeah. How much do we need to come up with? Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna have to come up with 60 grand. So obstacle barrier number 1, 60 grand. You got to tie up 60 grand. You got to tie up 60,000. First, you got to find 60,000. Then you got to tie it up. Now we got $240,000 on a mortgage. What's our payment going to be on a $240,000 mortgage? How much? Every bit of $2 grand. So we're paying $2 grand a month in mortgage. How much are we going to be able to rent this house for? Huh? We'll be generous and I'll pay the taxes so I don't have to do the math. How much can we rent it for? 24, 20. Oh, let's go 28. Yeah, let's. Huh? No, what? So, do you know many 3.2s in Asheville? 2,800 is a 2-bedroom apartment in Asheville. But let's say you could get. Well, I don't think you could get it, but let's say $3 grand. So we're netting 1,000, right? But are we netting 1,000? We got what? Taxes. We got insurance. Repairs.
HOA, if you have that.
Yeah, HOA. You got lawn care. Hey, let me tell you something. Holly and I have had, we actually right now, we hold 0 rental properties. We liquidated everything. It was just like, well, you can't kick anybody out. You can't kick anybody out. And then if you do get them out, they show you by destroying the place. And what do they got to do every month for you to get this? Yeah, they got to pay on time. Yeah. Or then that comes out of your profit. So if we're talking clean, clear profit, maybe we're getting $400 a month in clean profit out of it, maybe $500. And that's being generous, I know. Man, we had this, so we had a bunch of apartment buildings, and we had this one tenant leave for a week, but they left their shower on for a week while they were gone. And if you steam up an apartment for a week, guess where all the sheetrock goes? Yeah. Guess what happens when you call your insurance company? That's not covered. Yeah. I had about 12 of those conversations. I was like, I want my money back. I want my money back. So to get to $1 million a year, how many of these would you have to have? We need to make, call it $85,000 a month to make $1 million. What's 85,000 divided by 500? 170? So you need 170 properties. If you do not have a drinking problem, you will have one once you get 170 rental properties. So you got to have 170 rental properties to create $1 million a year clean income. You say, but I'm gonna get equity in those, and I hear you. But you're also going to grow more liabilities. And if this is what you're all about, I don't argue with people, right? Like people are like, I think it's the best thing. I'm like, cool. You do you, brother. My man I talked to yesterday, he's gonna get his mailbox money. The funny thing is, and then he started complaining. It's like, okay. I'm very confused, sir. I was trying to say, like, why would you do that when you could put $2,000 a month into an IUL that's funded correctly? But he's saving. He's going to use mailbox money. So I have the other. Well, I'll get afterwards. Ask me more IUL questions when we're hanging out. I will nerd out on that stuff. Let's hire an agent. Let's hire an agent that writes $10,000 a month in issue paid business. That is not incredibly hard to find. Don't get me wrong. You will have to go through some people. And don't get me wrong. Everybody's fired up till it's time to make some phone calls, right? I'm going to be your best agent ever. Let's see who survived, right? Nobody survived. No. What did Mike Tyson say? No plan survives getting punched in the face, right? That's when you find out who you got. But it's not crazy hard to find a $10,000 a month producer. I could print out our monthly list of producers. Like what you see on the Monday message when we just recognize people over 1,000 is like this much of what we have coming in every month. This the onesie, twosie, threesies you pick up over time that, I mean, you never see, and they just write 3-4 policies a month. Awesome. Let's one guy writing $10,000 a month. We're not talking you find an Adam Burge or a Hutch. We're not talking about that. You didn't find a Bell Kraus, right? You didn't find a Mercedes Tehran. You didn't find, you didn't find a David Helgeson. You didn't find a Nick Greco. No, we're not talking any of that. Just $10,000 a month producer. If you're making a 10-point override on this one's going to be easier than that other math we were doing, by the way. If you make a 10-point override on a $10,000 producer, what are you bringing in monthly? $1,000. Now, if we want to get to the same $1 million a year income, how many of those middle of the road $10,000 a month producers do you got to find? 85. I told you this math was going to be a lot easier. Not 500, not 1,500. Find you 80 good people. Find you 80 good people. So I would put to you, if you want to get into mailbox money, start finding $10,000 and above producers. Now, when you find a $40,000 producer, that's fantastic. When you find Adam Burge, even better. It's funny, I'll always know when Adam Burge gets something big issued, because it's like, I'll look at our check and I was like, I bet Burge got something big pushed through this week. And then I'll look at production reports like, yep, I'll be danged. Yeah, another big annuity. You just see it, it's like, boom. So can you see why I'm like, everybody should build a team? And I could draw it out more intricately, but the math is basically this: 80 to 90 people on your team that write at least one piece of business a month, you're in $1 million a year income of overrides. You want to make less? Sweet. Get you 40 to 50 and you'll make $500,000. Here's the other thing that I'll tell you about this. This is more fulfilling. None of our rental properties ever gave me a hug. Right? None of my rental properties ever had a baby house, and they were like, "This is our baby house. We're so glad that you bought us, so now we got this baby house," right? Some trippy stuff I'm talking about. We got to find that voicemail I was telling you guys about last night. I'll find it. But this crazy person leaving a voicemail, like crazy client. It's in the Hall of Fame of voicemails left by a client back on a phone. But I've never had one of those be able to qualify for one of our trips and just be in absolute tears that they're on their first big trip with us. You know what I'm saying? I've never had one of those ask me for parenting advice. Or no, my house, right? I've never had a house ask me. You know what I'm saying? None of our apartment complexes that we owned, none of them ever, like, I never drove by it and was just like, oh God, it just feels so good. Like, I don't even want to drive by it. I was like, I don't want the stress. Does that make sense? That's why I think everybody should build. Now, how many people do you got to hire to get to assemble a team of 80 people that write at least one application a month? That depends on the quality you're putting in. Number one source of quality people is the people you know, and the people you know. And the people you know. Network recruiting is the number one way to find the highest quality people. Now you say, wait a second, Stephen, I'm here because I answered an ad, or we reached out to you or something like that. Hey, I answered an ad too. You and me, we're outliers. All the best people statistically are going to be people that were too busy working to be looking and probably never would have answered an ad anyway. So Adam Burge, I hire because my buddy Sikorsky, who doesn't want to do this business, he's a builder. He loves that. Awesome. But he told Adam's buddy Seth, "Hey, you should talk to my buddy Davies about insurance. You would be good at it." So I talked to Seth. Him and his wife, they write a bunch of Medicare with us. They recommend Adam Burge. Then through Adam, we meet Robert. I get super excited because I'm like, I'm just telling you, like, it's like it's like tapping a vein of gold. It's like, now that's where quality flows statistically, right? Now again, if you answer an ad, chill. I'm with you. I'm one of you. You are seen. You are validated. You are loved. But do we build business on rules or exceptions? Rules. So that's why when we hire someone from straight up cold market, like we'd never met them before, one of the first things I'm trying to do is help them develop a network. Because that's where statistically the opportunity is. Now, you say, well, don't you invest a ton in cold market recruiting? I invest a ton in cold market recruiting because I'm going to have as many lines in the water as I can. Does that make sense? I'm telling you, the best line, typically the one that bites the most, is network, but I still have as many lines as I can. So we have worked really hard over the past 5 years. Adam, you were with us 5 years? So I brought Adam in right before COVID. I was not happy with my infrastructure. I was not happy with the staffing and support, and I was going to make some changes. I brought Adam in, and then COVID hit. When I met Adam, I was like, he's sharp. This is a guy I want to figure out. I want to make this work some way or the other. So then COVID came. We let a bunch of the staff go. Adam was a little confused. I think he was like, so why is the guy that was just here the only guy that's left? It's like, because I knew I was willing to gamble and bet that this guy could help me build the infrastructure, because I don't know that stuff. I know sales, I know people, I know psychology, but like this stuff, I don't know this stuff, right? Website, all that stuff. So we over the past 5 years have built a pretty massive infrastructure. You can use that infrastructure to scale fast. And so I want to have Chandler and Adam talk to us about scaling, and you ask them any questions you want. I'm going to give some concluding comments in about 20 minutes, and then we're going to break for dinner and hanging out. But afterwards, ask them any questions. Chandler does our onboarding. Adam does all the. He's a design guy that can sell, which is like, I mean, it's really cool what he's brought to the table. So I'm gonna turn it over to these guys. Give them a warm round of applause.
You want to start? Or you want me to start?
I'll let you start. I'm gonna get this.
So, recruiting, right? How many of y'all are currently recruiting, or okay? Show of hands. Let's see. Majority. Okay, good. So, we've learned a lot over the past 5 years. It's been a lot of success, a lot of failures. I think one of the biggest things for us that really helped us put things in perspective and help us grow was building a system, right? The Alliance has the tools, right? They have great leaders, and it makes it easy to bring in sharp people and help them grow and scale a business. But I think another key part is how can we help just get people through quickly, helping them actually know what they're doing, know what they're talking about as far as insurance. And I think for the most part, just getting them writing quickly. That tends to be, oh, I need to move? Okay. I should know that, right? I should know that. See, I'm tall, so my head gets chopped off, so I gotta scoot back a little bit. Okay. But getting them writing quickly. As far as how I like to measure myself just personally, it's just how many unique writers. Raise your hand if you know what a unique writer is. Two, okay, couple, okay. What's a unique writer? You, right there, yeah, you.
Someone who is issue paid business. You wrote a policy and you've been paid on that policy.
Yeah. So I like to measure myself based on that. And I think my team does too for the most part. If we can get someone coming in and writing very quickly, I think that speaks to our system, right? And we can typically, once they get their license, get contracted, get their writing numbers back, things like that. That's a lot of steps. We're gonna go kind of through that a little bit. If we can usually get them writing in about a week or less, right? So that's, some people hear that and they're like, whoa, that's pretty awesome. Don't get me wrong. We got people who've been like, they're still getting their license. And that was in 2020.
Can you repeat the question?
Which one?
The one that was just asked.
Oh.
Or any of the questions that are asked.
Gotcha. Yeah, I got you. Of course. So we want to kind of break that down, especially if you're thinking about the mailbox money, right? We want to break down our system, talk about like the key parts, talk about the parts where people kind of fall off. Also like speak to the interview process, like when you're talking about the opportunity and whatnot. So I'm going to pass it to Chan. Chan's going to kind of jump in here and talk about the interview process, and we'll switch back and forth a little bit. So
He's gonna stay in the same place.
yeah, he's going to stand right here, not me.
I'm going to keep you busy. Did everybody get a picture, or is everybody done with this? All right, cool. All right. So with our onboarding, I mean, for the year right now, we are currently #1 in the entire nation. Yep. Oh yeah. Go ahead and get that.
Yeah.
And a lot of that really is due to the support. Oftentimes people ask us like, "What are you guys saying? Like, what's the magic phrase?" And I tell them every time, that's not a thing. I'll even Adam can tell you all about that. We've had several conversations where it's, "Oh, what are you guys saying? What's the magic word?" It's like, that is not a thing. I wish it was. There you go.
Go ahead.
Proceed. No, honestly, for me and Brandy, and I hope you guys get to meet Brandy. She's there, and afterwards get to meet her. She is amazing. She has been astronomical help to helping us get to the goals we have this year. But when we're recruiting, me and Brandy are doing the majority of it. We're not asking, or actually, let me do this. The question we are asking is, can they do this? Wow, I really started really big. All right. Anyways, forget that. Anyways, but can they do this? That's the question that we're constantly asking. And now a lot of you are probably like, well, what do you mean? They said that they're ready. They're ready to get started. They said, yeah, they'll jump on board no matter what. For us, what we've found is that asking this question is what has helped us to get to not only the amount of people that we're bringing in, but also the quality of people. Because the quality of the people is really the biggest aspect of what's going to help you grow, what's going to help you get to those unique riders that you're trying to hit. Because you could bring in, the masses, right? Bring in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of agents. But if they're not quality agents, not only is that going to take up 80% of your time each week when you're trying to sell, because in the beginning, you got to do both. You can't just do one. You have to do both. It's going to take up a lot of your time. But when you focus on this question, this will help you find the quality. And so when me and Brandy are trying to find agents, when we're asking this question, we're not convincing, we're not trying to sell them on this opportunity. We're realistically just trying to figure out what are their goals and what is their current situation. And so this can apply to schedule. Oh, wow. Let's start over with that one. Schedule. What is their schedule? And Adam's going to talk a lot about schedule and what he does here at our office, but schedule is huge, because that helps set realistic expectations, for the agent. For instance, a lot of the times the conversations I have to have is figuring out if they realistically have the time that can do this. Because, if I have somebody who has a 60-hour-a-week job and they're trying to supplement their income, unfortunately, I have told people no. And me and Brandy tell people no every week. And I know that sounds very counterintuitive, but in all reality, they cannot realistically do this. And not only is that going to be detrimental to them and what they're trying to do, but for us, we don't have the time each week to try and keep helping them hit those goals or forcing them, to do what they're trying to accomplish. So schedule is a huge piece. You want to make sure that they have the means to absolutely do this. Now that could mean, that they do this part-time. That can mean that they only start off 10 to 15 hours a week. But helping them realize that and then building up from there is the key. And that's a lot of what we do. The majority of our agents come on part-time and then they build up till they can switch over, just because that's what makes most sense. Financially, which that's the other key. I kind of gave it away. But what's their financial situation? That's the other key you want to know. One of the main questions that we ask people, and this is purely hypothetical, we never expect this to actually happen, but we'll ask them, hey, if you started today, could you go a full month of doing this without a paycheck? Now, is that what's going to happen? No.
That's an uncomfortable question.
It's a very uncomfortable question, right? It's very, very realistic question that, it's going to take them some time to think about. And oftentimes this kind of goes back to what Mark was talking about, how he cares for the clients. We do the same thing with our recruits.
Yep.
We care about them and what they're trying to do. So financially, if they say, honestly, I kind of need money coming in yesterday, we tell them no. And we will tell them that this is not a good opportunity right now. Not only for them and what they're trying to do, but also for us. Again, we don't have the infrastructure to support tons and tons of agents who, can only do this a couple hours a week. We only have so much time during the week. So financial situation is huge. Again, that question, can you do this for a month solid, without a paycheck? Again, doesn't happen, but that's what you want to know, because if they can, then they're in a position where they can focus on getting good at this. Because any one of you can tell us, especially if you're brand new, how easy is it to remember everything that you're learning, right? It's an ongoing process. And to be honest, a lot of us suck at it, right? And we're going to suck for a while. It's going to be a long time before we're really consistent. And so, you have to think about that for somebody you're bringing on, right? Do they have the time to do that? Do they have time to be bad at this, fail, but then get good at it, right? Those are some of the main things that we're asking, whenever we're, bringing on a new recruit. And it's really just trying to figure out what their situation is. You know, a lot of times, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I know Steven's listening, so I don't know if he'll like this, but I don't really, you know, and during the interview, I really don't spend a lot of time talking about their past accomplishments. I mean, if they mention a few good things about, you know, doing sales, oh, that's great. But what's your situation like? Where are you currently at? What goals are you trying to accomplish? All right, so if you're trying to accomplish those goals, right, here's what it's gonna look like to try and you know, do that realistically in this business. And so before I keep talking, I'm gonna turn it over to Adam because he's gonna talk a lot about, you know, when you're actually talking to these people, one of the, you know, biggest flaws that you can do, which is convincing. So he's gonna talk a lot about that, but I hope that helps. And I mean, if you guys have any questions, just right off the bat about, you know, when we're prospecting, I can do that too, but I know we'll answer a lot of questions in the end.
Yeah, so like the convincing part too, and I want to touch on both of these because this is very, very important. There, let me try and stay in the middle. Yeah, you know, schedule is important, like Chan said, right? You do have people who have 60-hour work weeks and they're trying to do this, and I get it. That's some people have to have 2-3 jobs, and that's I salute them for that. We don't like to say no, right? Especially if they hate where they're working, right? I hate to tell someone, I don't think you can do this, but and I'll go in more depth about the schedule part, but it's good to know exactly what time do you have, right? Maybe you can't be in the field for 20 hours, 30 hours writing policies, but maybe you only got 5 to 10. Okay, let's focus on carriers. Let's talk about product knowledge. That's not gonna cost you anything. And these are things that you can do on your lunch breaks or on the weekend to prepare yourself, right? It's not what we want, but I'll take it. It's better than nothing. The financial situation is very important, right? You're building a business. Like you are the CEO of your own business right now, right? And if anyone's ever built a business, it takes money, right? But don't get me wrong, having a warm market is good too, right? That doesn't cost any money. You can open your phone and call a couple people. Next thing you know, $10,000 falling out of the sky, right? Which is great. But also, you know, you want to think about long term as well. That runway, I like to call it the runway, right? Like a month is very important because let's say you get licensed, you write a policy on a client today. What's today? The 7th, the 10th? What was
7th.
7th? 7th, okay. Let's say the client says, hey, I want that first premium to be drafted out on the 1st. That's a long runway before you get that check. And if you're thinking, when I'm gonna write some policies, and then when I get paid on that, then I'll invest more. You're gonna wait 30 days to get that check? That's kind of crazy, right? Like, no, we gotta think about what can we do to invest now to help scale now? And we wanna scale aggressively. Very, very important. As far as talking about like, and I like to consider recruiting as more or less a conversation, right? And the reason why is because if you start trying to convince people about this, you are going to be very frustrated. Because if you have to convince from the beginning, you're convincing the entire time. Right. And now you're chasing. We don't chase. I like, me personally, if I'm going to recruit, I want people to say, okay, I want to start now. Like, they're going to ask me for the opportunity. And one of the key ways I like to do that, and let me know if I'm talking on your parts, but one of the ways I like to do that is I like to learn, just like the clients, more about them, right? I can tell them all about what we do and what we've done and what we're currently doing. I can go on and talk about that, but I really want to identify what they want to do, their goals, right? Like, what is it that you want to accomplish? If it's just, I want to make some money, you know, I want to make a lot, we all do, right? Like, we all do, but the why part is important. And even if they don't know it, I try to uncover it by asking different types of questions. It's very, very important. But that convincing part is really, really important. You're coming off like, you can make this and you can do 100,000 and you know, like, yeah, you can do that. But, you know, let's have a more in-depth conversation of how do we get to that goal? Schedule is going to be super important. And like I said, I'm going to talk a little bit more about that and how I like structure a new agent's calendar, because that's so important. If you raise your hand if you have like a regular 9 to 5 or whatnot, or you all just one, two, okay, there you go. So then you know that when you're at work, you're at work. They kind of define your calendar, right? You start work at this time, depending on where you. He's like, maybe, but for the most part, like a standard regular 9 to 5, you clock in at this time and you get off at this time, right? So what happens if you are working for yourself? You're doing insurance. You're building a business, right? Like you have to set those parameters for your business. You're the CEO. You have to be the example for all the new agents that you're hoping to bring on and grow with, right? So if your schedule's messed up, which I've seen a lot of bad schedules, like a lot. Like it's really bad. Like it's really bad. So when I look at people's schedules, I'm like, oh man, I can do this 40 hours. I can do this 40 hours. Like, great. Okay, let's look at that schedule. Some of them don't even have it. It's right here. No, it's not. It's not. So I really like to sit down and really put out the parameters of what it needs to look like. When do you go to sleep? When do you get up? Just start at the simple thing, because people go to sleep. I go to sleep around 11:30, and then I get up around 12. Your day is gone. Like your day is gone. So that's going to be very important for new agents. They got to be really disciplined. Like I said, I'll go more into. You want to take it from here, or want to go a little bit?
Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah.
About like
any questions
about the main idea of whenever you're trying to source and filter through agents? Does anybody have any basic questions?
Or the questions we asked too. You can ask us that.
Because I'm going to walk you through onboarding and what that process looks like, because that, getting somebody excited about the opportunity and getting them into the door, a lot of times that's the easy part, right? If you find the right person, they have the right situation, they got the right financial situation as well, now they're ready to get started. Right. Well, what's the next step? So.
What's a good age, like a prime age, to get somebody going with this? Out of high school, going into college?
I'm gonna be honest with you, everyone. Like here at our office, I would love to know the metric, but like as far as the age group of people we recruit, I'd say it's just about everywhere. I mean, we have agents who are 18 to 20, super young, just out of high school, like you're right. I mean, they're just now able to get their license and they got it. And then we also have people who are, older, 50s, 60s. Right. I mean, wait a minute.
Hey.
I mean,
jump out at him.
At a very young age, of 50. But yes, no, we don't really have we don't really target a specific age, because honestly, really, this is the key, right? Is their situation, right? I mean, it doesn't matter what side you're at. I mean, no matter how young or how old you may be, that the situation is the determining factor if they can actually do this. So it doesn't matter. Yes, you, sir.
Can I speak into your chest? Will they hear me?
That's kind of creepy. I can repeat the question.
No, I just wanted to kind of shed some light on that. I'll speak into your chest.
You can just hold it. It's fine.
You don't want me to speak into your chest. On camera, Mark. Come on.
So as far as who best age groups, who are we targeting? It's not as much about age, but I will say it does help for someone who's younger. But there's a cutoff, right? I want someone who's accomplished something, right? There's a whole list that I used to have. I used to call Alliance Alice and Alliance Aiden. It's like the ideal people, which I always thought was goofy. But there's a lot of things on there that do make sense. I want someone who's been educated somewhere, somehow. They don't have to have a college degree necessarily, but if you've built a business from scratch, a la Stephen Davies, who doesn't have a college degree, pretty qualified, right? I want someone who's accomplished something, someone who's been educated a little bit somewhere, right? So they've got some confidence about themselves. But also I want someone who's flexible, right? And just statistically, nothing wrong with us, they're a little bit older, they're a little bit older. But people who are younger, it's it's a lot easier. Like, hey, man, I need you to get in the car and drive 9 hours to this boot camp training. It's going to help a lot. They're more like, they're 24, they're more likely to be like, okay, yeah, makes sense if you think it's going to help. Someone who's way older. Not anybody here, but way older than that. It's just a little bit more difficult. It's like, I got to take off. I got more things I got to deal with. I got more balls in the air. So I got to make all these plans. I got to get sitters, or I've got to got to make sure my manager knows what to do to run my business while I'm gone. There's just more movement, right? So it's more about the first two things: someone who's accomplished something, someone who's been educated somewhere, right? That has that self-confidence. That's what I want, because it doesn't make the real opportunity scare them, right? Because if you've accomplished a little bit, making $20,000 a month might sound crazy to someone who makes 33 a year, right? But someone who's maybe not even that much more, maybe 60 or 70,000 a year, is like making 20 a month doesn't sound astronomical. It's like, okay, I could kind of see how that might be able to work, right? So, that's helpful.
Yeah. What I want to do too is I want to walk you through kind of our process in regards to, because everyone who has a license, they kind of know the process, but there are some steps that are like clunky, right? You're like, you're waiting on this, you're waiting on carriers, you're waiting.
Right.
It's clunky. And to be honest, I call that like the poof effect. That's when agents poof, they disappear. So if you can help, expedite that and focus on the important parts and have a streamlined process, which we do have here, and we're totally open to share with all you guys. Like, if you want me to go more in depth about like the calendar, you can always jump on my calendar and I can show you exactly what I walk agents through, because I do it every day.
Yeah.
So I can show you like, this is what you need to look out for. This is a bad calendar. This is a good calendar. You need to focus on this. Don't focus on this. But yeah, Chance, yeah, definitely. Show them, kind of walk them through that. Like from the initial, you can even go from the interview process all the way down to in the field.
So I'll walk you through our process, and I don't have as much time as I would like to like really dive into detail. So I'm gonna give you the broad summary. But like Adam said, reach out to us on Discord. We'd love to set up times. We'll chat with you guys. I mean, that's why we're here. We're here to help you. So put us to work. So let's say you have officially, you've talked to somebody, it's somebody who you like, you've done the interview, or, if it's, warm market, right? Let's say maybe you've had some coffee with them, talk to them, everything's great, right? Good situation, good timing, everything's in a good position. From the interview, right, you want to start the onboarding process. Now, if you guys get into, as you kind of build out a staff, right, and as you get to that point, it will become a little bit more of an actual process. You may have follow-up interviews, but I'm speaking mainly from somebody's in your warm market, right? It's going to be a little bit of a different conversation. You know them, right? You're not having to, position yourself. It's just, hey, I got this opportunity, right? So you do the interview, and so from us, the way we handle it is we immediately hop right into, the onboarding process, which for most of you, as you know, is fast tracked, right? So fast track agent agreement. So we complete that process. And one key thing here too, we walk people through this. We show them, and we're on the phone with them as they go through it. Please don't send an email. It will not get done. It will not get done. We walk people through this over the phone because we want to be there to guide them through this process. So fast track agent agreement, we usually include that into one. Actually, I'll just do fast track because I need to save room because I'm gonna run out of room. So you do the fast track process. Now, if they don't have a license, you may have to wait a little bit, but they're licensed now, right? And it's ready to get started on carrier contracting.
One quick thing too, even if they're not licensed, getting them fast track is super important because one, they're excited too. They'll not only begin to get their NAA numbers and whatnot, but it's something that they can do and complete, right? Which is always good. And they'll start to see the rest of the system that the Alliance has also provided as far as like the portal and all that stuff. It's just really good to do.
Yep.
So I always recommend it, even if they don't have a license.
Yep.
Get that. That's another thing. See?
There you go.
3D chess.
There you go. There you go. So so the fast track process, and usually, this is where people will fall off. I know this is already
Where's
early.
the biggest part, you think?
Where they fall off?
In the entire process, you feel like?
Honestly, this part, because at this point, right, they've signed a new agent agreement. The next step is carrier contracting. That is where you're going to lose the majority of your people as far as, if you're not guiding them, right? I'm not saying lose like they're just going to quit. I just mean, if you're just expecting them to do this all on their own, that's where you're going to lose them, is the carrier contracting. Because, you guys have all done it, right? It's not hard, but it's not easy.
You got to stay on top of them.
Right.
Because the carriers are going to send you numbers and things like that. And so, yeah, you gotta be looking out for those emails. So
we're already licensed.
Yeah,
correct.
we're going to go past the For the licensing part.
I would, but I don't have time. I don't have enough time for that, unfortunately. But yeah, so I mean, in this process, you know, this would be where you're waiting on them to get their license done, right? Approved, all that good jazz. You've all done that. You know what that looks like. If you have more questions on it, like I said, just hop on my calendar. I can show you what we do. But, you know, they're licensed. That's what we're talking about. Fast track to carrier contracting. Again, this is the biggest pitfall. And so we walk them through this part too. Do we walk through all of the carriers? Absolutely not. I don't have that much time in my calendar. But what I would highly encourage you to do is get a good solid list of companies that you want them to work with. So for instance, me and Brandy, I mean, the Alliance works with
30 plus carriers.
30, 40 plus carriers.
So we have think about that though. That's a lot. That's a lot of carriers. Who wants to sit there and go through all 30? And you're not going to write with 90% of them when you're new. So focus on the things that are more practical for a new agent. Is it just a handful, right? It's like 4 or 5 or 10? Okay.
Me and Brandy have a list of 10 carriers that we send out.
Yep.
And these 10, honestly, are going to be the ones that are going to be writing 98% of the time. Any other carriers, I mean, we wouldn't help them get there when they need to. But starting out, we will help them with 10 carriers. Get them appointed, get them started. And the majority of these 10, we can get them appointed in about 1 to 3 days, usually, of getting a writing number. They're prepared, ready to go. So that's why it's also such a quick process. Can you imagine if we did all 40, they would be waiting for a month, you know, before they could get started. So we get started with 10 carriers. And you guys can create your own list. Again, we have a list. I can provide that to you. Just let me know. From this part, and usually for us, I will walk them through 1 or 2 carriers on the phone and show them, you know, how that process works. And then I leave the rest for them to do. I mean, I would love to, but I can't walk them through everything. So I will walk them through 1 or 2 carriers on the phone, and I will make sure that those are submitted. So A, I know I have the number. They've submitted the carriers. We got it done. But then I will give them some other processes to work on.
Also, like another thing is if you can do one or 2, he's saying there's actually 2 or 1 or 2 particular carriers, because when you're getting those contracts, they're a little different. But once you understand how to do that, you can apply that to the other 10 or the other 8. So they can do it themselves once you've shown them how to do it. There's no need to stay on the phone for hours walking them through it. It's pretty simple. The Alliance actually has done a really good job with expediting that, because it used to be so much work just to be contracted.
Right.
So.
And so how many of you are also familiar on the contracting site, the new getting started, all the little steps? How many are familiar with each step, right? So the fast track.
Game changer.
Right. Fast track agreement, adding licenses, carrier contracting, and then commissions, right? Commissions. And then they just added the new W-9 tax form, right? All of that's really easy to do. So when I'm on the phone with them, right, and I've walked them now through the 1 or 2 carriers, all of those other little steps like commissions, their W-9 tax form, even their agent profile, filling out all that stuff, I also let them do that on their own time. So usually I have like a little email just kind of guiding them through what of the other steps they need to complete, like those other ones I'm talking about. And I will let them do that on the phone, you know, after we get off the phone, sorry. After that we've gone through 1 to 2 carriers, I'll let them handle those steps. And then from there, I personally like to follow up with them the next day. Next day follow up, check in, see if they've gone through it, see if they've completed the rest of those steps, right, that I sent over to them. Once they do that, you know, now we're just waiting on carrier numbers, right? That's all we're waiting on. And so, you know, thankfully, you know, we have a really nice program here, Agents Academy. I'm sure some of you have been through that already. That's where we immediately start on our training process. And I think Omar's going to talk a little bit about that. But right after carrier contracting and they've completed all the initial steps, then I put them through training, right? I send them and I put them in that course and I get them started on training. Because right now, all that we're doing is we're waiting for carrier numbers to get back. There's no point in just sitting, twiddling your thumbs, and then we'll start training once we get the writing numbers back. No point. Again, where you could also lose somebody. So for us, contracting, straight to training. Straight to training. They'll probably do about 3 or 4 days of training. I would say, Dave, you've been through the course 3 or 4 days, roughly, right? After those 3 or 4 days, they now have all of their writing numbers. They also have all steps completed on the contracting site.
And how would you know that?
Well, because we can see that, but they wouldn't be able to see that. So if you guys have questions about your agents on where they're at and what all they have completed, you can reach out to me.
But not actually that too, but constant communication as well, like touch points, right? And action-based touch points. Like, hey, text me as soon as you finish the carrier contracting, so I can walk you through this other part, right?
It does show you on your team as a leader,
Yep. So if you're familiar with that under NAA contracting, it'll show you in your team like what they have completed as well. So yeah, that's actually a really good point. But it's really you don't just want to wait and look for the check boxes either. You really want to say, hey, as soon as you finish the training, or at least for us and how we do Agent Academy, if you don't know what that is, ask any of us. We'll tell you all about it. It's great. They finish that training. There's a live class with Omar. A live class. So he's gonna not only just ask you and quiz you and talk about the things you've learned in that course. Steven's in the course. We're all in the course, and it's super helpful. So they have to show up to the live class, right? You're gonna lose people here, but that's okay. It's perfectly fine. As long as we're providing clarity, right? They have to make a decision whether or not they're gonna do this.
Yeah, so over this process, right, from fast track to, starting on training, right, this is about, or completing training, sorry, is about 3 to 4 days, usually. And like Adam mentioned, communication. I'm usually texting or calling with them every day. On my calendar, I actually have booked out 15-minute slots with them. And as they always tell you in sales, right, book a meeting from a meeting. Every time I'm talking to an agent, I book a meeting for the following day. Right, to immediately talk with them again, to check in, see where they're at. Because again, that's where you lose them. That's where the majority of agents trying to recruit get frustrated. Is they're bringing all these people. It's like I brought in 10 people and only one of them came through to actually start dialing, and even that was a miracle on its own.
Yeah.
Right. It's because there's no communication. They're not walking them through the process. They're not checking in. They're not seeing how things are going. And I mean, that's exactly what I do, right? That's all I do. So like I said, I'm talking with them about every day, not just a text message. Like I personally like to give them a phone call and see exactly where they're at.
Yeah.
Because then, after those 3 to 4 days, right, here's kind of the conclusion that you get to, right? They now have their writing numbers. Because now we've waited on that process. They've been training this whole time. So now they've heard back, they have writing numbers. At this point, right, which honestly they should have this part done, which all steps completed, that's all the stuff on the contracting site. They should have that done after the first day. So that part's already done, and now they're already trained. Now they're ready to talk to Adam, which he's gonna talk to you about what he does.
Yeah.
Right? But this is the process that we follow, right? And I know, it's kind of scary at first, but honestly, the easiest part about it is just communicating, right? Walking them through the process and outlining it for you to make it easier for yourself. Because, for you guys, it's gonna be it can be challenging because I know you're selling, right? You're trying to sell to to pay your own bills, and you're also trying to think about how I can even bring people on too at the same time. It's hard, but when you clearly outline what the steps are and you know that, then it's easier for you to help your agent get through that process.
Right.
There's a reason why my job is entirely specifically for this, right? So do you have any questions about the onboarding process? Any questions about how we do it? Anything? Fire away.
I have not done your training.
Okay.
I don't even know where it's at.
Mm.
So, and I have a problem with Discord.
Okay.
I don't know how to navigate it.
Okay.
So,
We have a training for that, and we can walk you through it.
Okay.
So,
well, I have 4 people that I need to get them in it now.
Okay.
say less. Say less.
While we're
I will seek you out right after this.
Yeah. While we're stuffing our face with barbecue, let's talk.
What I will too say about this is that like the sharp people, they're gonna get through this really quickly, right? They're gonna hit you up, right? You're not gonna be prepared. You're gonna be nervous, probably like, oh, they just finished the training with Omar. So that's a good indicator. Right there, it'll tell you everything you need to know about them. I talked to them yesterday. They're halfway through the training course already. Priority on my calendar is what that says, right? Another key part too is reach out to your upline or reach out to us. Like if you're confused about this process and need help about it, or if you need us to kind of walk an agent through it with you as well, so we can like be a coachable, teachable moment, please like reach out. As far as Discord goes, this whole thing's about communication here. And Discord is the key to all of it, right? We communicate all the updates, our Monday messages that we do, our Ask Omars that we do, our live class, the dial jams, all of these resources are on Discord. So if you need to be invited to it, just let us know. We can just send it to you and send your new agents to it. Because, you know, as you're a personal producer, right, you're also learning. It's going to be kind of difficult to do all of this yourself, right? To walk someone through all of this. Use us. That's what we're here for. So,
no, sorry.
I want to go over this really quickly because I know everyone's starving because I'm starving. I can hear my belly. I'm going to erase this, okay? Everyone has this? Okay, cool. I'm going to talk about calendar really quickly. And like I said, my calendar is open for us to talk about it if we need to, because this is going to be very important. And I have trainings and videos about this as well. So I'll just go over this really quickly. Raise your hand if you have a calendar. What do you use as your calendar? Like you actually use it? Okay, good. That's good. Now, when I mean calendar, some people have like an actual physical calendar, like a book. And I used to be the same way. But I had to let it go because I would forget it. And then I'm lost. So I do a lot of that digitally right now. And I use Google Calendar. That's what I use. What's cool about the onboarding process is the first thing we have people do is set up their email, a Gmail. That's the first thing we do. Because then I can go back and talk about the Google Calendar. There's three main things I do in that Google Calendar. I tell them to create 3 calendars. And one calendar is for work. One calendar is for, daily routine, and the other one is growth, right? Those are the 3 main calendars. You might ask yourself, okay, why am I creating calendars within calendars? I just want to have a little bit of organization, right? My work calendar, if you have a regular job or you have a side job or whatever, you allocate all of that to that calendar, right? You just allocate it. So if you know you work your day job during this time, you know you're going to have to block out that part of your calendar, right? But the most important thing actually is your daily routine. That is the most important thing. And I like to start with what I said earlier is what time do I go to sleep and what time do I wake up? That is your container for your week, right? So if I have someone, and that's the first thing I look at. Like I said, if they're going to bed at 12:30 and getting up at 10, that means they're not going to do dials until 12, which is like the day is gone. Because I'm hungry. I've been asleep all day. So I'm gonna make a sandwich. You know, like, so, and I'm saying this only because I'm a night owl, or I used to be, right? And I had to completely redo my calendar. I get up at 5:30 to play basketball. Full court. Ask Omar, he plays with me. It's a group of guys who are also just trying to stay on top of, manage the growth part, which is like the physical part, right? Staying fit, right? And they're chasing it as well. So our time is very precious. I'm up at 5:30. That means I gotta be in bed by like 9:30. Or I'm gonna be on that court he's gonna have to pull me because I'm not playing defense. So, and we're losing. So that's important, right? I start with that. So if I know I'm going to bed at this time and I'm getting up at this time, I got all this right here. Let's just say this particular agent they're going full time into the game, right? So they don't have anything for that right now. Now let's talk about daily routine really quickly. I like to have agents put exactly what they do the moment they get up. And it has to be action-based. So I like to allocate that for like a ritual or something like that, like make the bed, right? Action-based. I want them to make the bed as soon as they get up. That means they're starting their day. 10 minutes, I don't know, whatever, 10, 15 minutes. Then I want them to say, you know, let's say they're getting ready for work, right? Allocate that in there. Because once you put all that stuff in there, I even have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Yes, I know I'm not gonna have breakfast and lunch and dinner at the same time. No one's a robot, okay? But what you're gonna be left with is the gaps. This is your work time to do insurance, to grow your business. What you will see very quickly is like, oh, I'm wasting a lot of time, right? I'm wasting a lot of time just sleeping all day or staying up all day, watching Netflix and doing all kind of stuff when I could be growing a business. I know I want this thing. My calendar has to reflect it. If you ask, Forbes did a thing about this, and I think last year, it talked about the biggest tool it's called, this is basically what they call time blocking. They asked like 100 CEOs about it, and this was the number one tool was time blocking. And 5:30 to play full court basketball is not that bad. I think the guy over at the young CEO at Red Lobster, I think he's like running 6 miles by 4:30 in the morning. That's crazy. I'm not doing that, but I applaud him because he's like 30 and makes a lot more money than me. So what I will say though is like the growth part. Daily routine is important. So whatever your routine is, every single day, you know what it is. I need you to put that in your calendar. I need to be action-based, right? Doing laundry, right? Like all of it. If you know, like I do laundry on Sundays. My Sundays is reset day. That's when I reset my whole like week for the Monday. It's very important. If it's thrown off, that Monday is gonna be rough. But the growth, this is important because this business is going to force you to grow. And growth is uncomfortable. That's why it's growth, right? Like it's supposed to be challenging. Physical growth. I tell my agents, hey, you don't have to go get a gym membership, pump iron for hours every day. You know, I don't want that. But go outside, go for a walk. If you have a dog, walk the dog. Now you're doing two things. Ritual, you know what I'm saying? Routine and do that. Combine those things together. The physical growth, right? But the mental growth too. What are you reading? Right? Stephen has us reading books all the time. Our staff meetings are talking about the books we're currently reading. They're usually about leadership. Not always, but they're always centered around leadership. That has helped me and probably staff just grow as people. Regardless of the agents, if they poof, I know that I left them in better hands, like I'm better off, basically. I know that for a fact. So, personal development. What are you reading? Pick a book, put it in your calendar, block it out. I'm gonna read, even if it's for 10 minutes a day. I prefer 30 or an hour, but that's a lot of time. So even if it is 10, 15 minutes a day, at least you're doing it, right? It's important. And then like spiritual growth too. You know, if you're religious and that's important to you, allocate time for that. So once you have all that in there, right? You should say, I'm just gonna call this Monday. You're gonna have these blocks, right? In your calendar. This right here, or these gaps here, that's the time to be working. It's very, very clear. So my job really is to provide clarity to these agents. Because if not, they're gonna just wander around. And they're gonna do dials when they feel like doing it. Versus, hey, Adam, I'm just gonna say the agent's name is Adam. I know it's 10:30. This is when I get to do dials. This is when I get to grow my business. So, like I said, I'll jump on a call with any of you guys to talk about this more in depth and show you my calendar and show you how to talk about it as well. Like I said, we have training for all of this. Just ask and I can give it to you. So, lastly, real quick, I'm gonna have Omar come up really quickly and just talk about how like this calendar, once I hand this off to him, he can go into the coaching part and how important that is to be able to provide that clarity for the agents. So come up here. Be really, really quick, because I know everyone's starving. I'm hungry. Yeah, it's live.
Okay. Where's the clip? Y'all normally do this for me. Just hold it. All right, so I'll do it with my hands. So if you guys call back to my original thing with me and Josh were doing up here, the coaching calls, right? So the reason I can be as direct as I was, and I'm usually a lot more direct than that, is because they've done all this stuff. They've done the calendar assignment. Like we know exactly what the deal is. So when I get on the phone with them, or usually it's a video call, and it's like, all right, so you've got 35 hours that you're trying to make $3,000 a week. You've already done all this with Adam, right? So when you make 212 dials, which is the equivalent of maybe 90 minutes, worth of work, I'm like, what are we doing? What's up? I guess it's like, we know what the plan is. You're not following the plan. You're not going to be here 2 weeks from now if we keep doing this. Right? That's why I don't have to have the kitty gloves on, because they've already done all the work for me. So now I got to do is hold up the mirror. Right? This is what we said we want to do, right? So it makes me more effective. Makes me more effective. And this is something we did just over trial and error, trying to figure out what works for everybody. So again, we're not trying to save everyone. We want to help everybody. But at the end of the day, like my job, our jobs are just to set the expectation based on what you're trying to achieve. Once I know what that is, once we set that expectation, now I'm just holding you accountable to it. That's all. I'm giving you some pointers along the way. And so again, the Ask Omar, all these things, the Agent Academy, the talk that Stephen just did, there's a great version of that in the training, right? So you can still get this. You have access to that level of training in our training course. So my final point is use the resources. We spent a lot of time, effort, and energy building this up to make sure that we can create some version. We can't recreate a boot camp, right? But we can put the most important and most effective parts of it inside a training course for all the new agents, right? So it just takes all the heavy lifting off of you guys. You're new too. You're trying to get to the 10,000 a month producer and then beyond, right? You have Gina, you got Derek, you got me to help do the heavy lifting and fill in those gaps, right? While you guys are still learning. It's a relief, right? You don't have to know everything. I still don't know everything. I call Gina too. I text Gina too. So the training aspect is really just reinforcing the things that we've learned along the way. Chan makes my job super easy. He went on vacation like a month or so ago, and I had to be the one helping agents get through Oh, it was terrible. It was terrible. I forgot all the questions that people had. Like, so now what's fast tracking exactly now? I did that last week, right? Like, oh, I don't want to do this. So please use Chan for that, right? Like, we will help you guys. Yes, you need to know the process too. It's good for you to know for your own business, but we have a lot going on here. Stephen and Holly have invested a lot in us to allow us to create these resources. Adam has given us the vision and puts it together, and then we execute it, right? So that's how we win together. That's how we all win together. So all the success that Stephen's had, like, we want to help all of you guys recreate that, and we got to start somewhere, right? So you guys jump on board with us, get into Discord, we'll figure it all out here, and we'll help you guys get on the fast track, figuratively and literally, so we can get where we want to go, right? So I've got more to say, but we'll say that while we're eating, because I don't want to keep you from the food anymore. So hope that was helpful.
I love it. Thanks, guys. Give him a hand. Yeah. One of the best decisions I made was to just blow up the staff and start it and build it the way we wanted it. And what they're saying about the resources we've got, utilize our resources. Utilize the training courses for all your new agents. Here's the thing I never want to be. I never want to be the source of all answers. That's exhausting. When people are like control freaks and they want to build their own little team and keep it in their own little enclave, I'm like, God, geez, you're building it. I'm building a team to get free. I'm not trying to create extra stuff I got to do all the time. Does it make sense? Like, I would love to be mostly irrelevant to most of the stuff in my life. Does that make sense? Like, so utilize what we've got. But let's go ahead. Let's have some dinner. Thank you, Derek, for helping sponsor the dinner. We're going to have some fun. Everybody online, I'm glad you made the choice to invest in yourself today. We are going to eat and partay here. We love you, and let's all reconvene. Dallas, Texas National Convention. Like, I'm not kidding. If you don't come to Dallas, if you don't come to the National Convention in Dallas, you will officially be on business life support. Like, that, deadly serious. I'm telling you. I'm just telling you. The people that never miss the conventions never miss a paycheck. It's just one of those things. So, plus you get a big boost on your points for Thailand, which is where we're going to Thailand next. All right. Love y'all. Let's eat.